Hello and welcome to day 2 of Food Safety Live, the International Food Safety and Quality Network annual virtual conference. If you came yesterday, welcome back. If you didn't, welcome. We've got 4 hours, 7 presenters. It's called Ask Me Anything. So there's not really any presentations. We just literally ask questions of the presenters. Just want to point out there that it is sponsored this day. The 2-day event by AIB International, Eagle, Trace Analytics, SAI Global, Mettler-Toledo, DNV, and Safety 360. There's the logos at the bottom, and we've seen their adverts throughout the day. Quickly run through the agenda. So the first one is Audit Preparedness with Tony Connor, then Food Industry Digitalization with Vladimir Surčinski, Supply Chain Food Safety with Mr. Hans-Dieter Philipowski, Training Communication, Leadership and Coaching from Brita, Red Meat Inspection and Fat Analysis from Steve Dowd at Eagle Product Inspection, Proficiency Testing in Food Safety with Brian Brookman and Dr. Matthew Whetton from LGC AXIO Proficiency Testing. And finally, last but not least, Metal Detection and Xray Inspection with Robert Rogers. So get your questions prepared for Audit Preparedness. And on that note, the first topic is with Tony Connor, who many of you may know from the IFSQN. Are you there, Tony? Welcome.
Hi, Simon. Hi, everyone.
Nice to see you.
Yeah,
do you want
you
to
too.
whip through your bio, Tony, and then we'll get straight
Sure.
on to
Well, for those who don't know me, I've been working with IFSQN for 12 years now. I've got a degree in molecular biology and biochemistry. I've got 30 years management experience in various roles in the food industry. I qualified as a lead assessor 25 years ago. I do various training for IFSQN. I just point out practical internal audit training. And I'm also the author of IFSQN Food Safety Manuals for GFSI recognized programs, certification programs. Okay, so the way I see it in audit preparedness, we need to have an established food safety management system. So that means with documents and records. The documents may be internal and external. We need to do a pre-audit assessment, correct any non-conformances and gaps we find there, then agree an audit scope and an audit date, communicate that and what we need to do internally, and plan to manage the audit. And so I'll answer questions and elaborate on those points if we need to.
Okay, let's remove the slides so everybody can see us. And yeah, just feel free to post your questions about internal audits. Firstly, I'll kick us off.
It's any sort of audit really. Can be certification audit, certification audit, or yeah.
Okay. I was going to ask one, but I'll hand it over to Justice. Okay, so how important is bringing an external auditor for doing internal audit in preparation for a major audit?
Okay, it isn't important to bring in an external auditor if you've got the necessary competence internally. So somebody that that knows the standards that are going to be applied and can act independently, not somebody that's likely to be biased. So if you've got the internal resource, there's no reason why you can't do it yourself. And usually, certainly the major food certification standards provide a self-assessment checklist, so you could do it that way. So it's not essential, but if you need the expertise and you want an independent, then a consultant or certification body can provide somebody to do your pre-audit check if you like that. And it's quite a good idea to do that. You don't want to go into a major audit, which is very important, without doing this pre-audit assessment.
Okay, that's good. In your experience, Tony, some common non-conformities with internal or third-party audits that easy sort of low-hanging fruit that you should be sorting out, but often can come up as non-conformities?
Sure. Document control. So the document control should be nailed down for an audit, and so should record control. So clearing up corrective actions, conducting management reviews, product labeling is a big one as well. So have some expert that approves your label, because labeling in the food industry is a big cause of problems, particularly allergen labeling, and causes the majority of the recalls in the food industry. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That was good. You passed. A question from Tasbith. Suggestions about internal audit intervals, so the frequency of the schedule.
Internal audit should be based on risk. So sort of like food safety HACCP areas, non-conforming products, corrective actions, traceability, some things like that will want to be done more frequently than customer complaint procedures and less important things. Now, it should be spaced out throughout the year. And typically, food safety standards stipulate 4 times a year. So that means the highest risk areas, realistically, might need to be done quarterly. Something judged as medium risk might be done every 6 months. And something lower risk, especially if you've got an established system, you don't need to keep auditing everything regularly. If it's established and good, maybe just annually.
Okay. Question from, there was another question on frequency, so we've covered both of them. Question from just an email. How can manage major non-conformities on out of specification?
How can you manage it? Well, if you've got a problem, you need test out of specification. You need to quarantine the product or the batch or whatever it is. So you need to quarantine. You need to investigate. You might need to retest and assess whether this product or whatever it is you've put on hold, can it be reworked? Is it for disposal because it's out of spec? Or is there something else you can do with it? Yeah. So first thing is a major non-conformity. It goes on hold. You investigate. If it's a major, you'd almost certainly need to look for the root cause, and you might want to retest and reassess the product. And if the reassessment confirms it's out of spec, then you're looking to downgrade the product, say from human food to animal food, or you're looking to dispose of it, etc.
Okay. Scott is asking most overlooked aspects of audits, which we've just sort of covered with most common non-conformities, have we?
I think so, largely. Most common overlooked aspects of audits, I think the certification bodies do produce a list of what they find the most, but from my perspective, I think it's document control, product allergen management, product labeling.
Let's look at it from a different way then. Most overlooked part of an internal audit management system, to make it effective and efficient.
In internal audits, I think the most overlooked aspect is providing sufficient resource to actually complete your internal audit program. So that the senior management should be providing sufficient resource to provide those auditors and give them time to do their audits properly. So, allocate time and a team and resources to internal audits. I'd say that's one of the most overlooked things. I mean, you might say you might give people this extra work as an internal auditor, train them up, but not actually give them the free time to actually do the reasonable amount of free time to actually do the audit. Not competently,
Okay, Mary-Carl, is it required to be certified as an internal auditor?
Right, the audit for internal audits, as an external auditor, yes, for sure. For internal audits, you need your auditors be trained, if that's what you mean by certified. So the audit team members can be trained by you on site if you've got a qualified person, or they can be trained by somebody externally. But there also should be in the audit, or the audit team leader should have a qualification, an audit qualification from typically an external body. It's fairly rare. And an internal auditor team leader course is usually a 5-day course. Mine was at 94. It was Portsmouth University, 5 days.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Aswati, how to manage an external audit? If the internal audit result was not complying, the non-conformity was already fixed, but the non-conformity internal audit will still become evident on the external audit.
Okay. If as an external auditor, I wouldn't have a problem with a non-conformity if you identified it in an internal audit and fixed it. But if you didn't fix it, then that would indicate to me that your corrective action system, as a result of your findings during internal audits, was a problem. And as an external auditor, if you hadn't corrected the problem, I'd be investigating that. Because your audits are working. Because you've identified a non-conformity. It's your corrective action system that isn't working.
I mean, conversely, if you was a third-party auditor auditing an internal audit and there was never any non-conformities, it's not a good sign, really.
Well, no, I mean, it would be unusual. But if there was no non-conformities and I went round the place and it was absolutely amazing, then I might say, okay, fair enough, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But if I went round and there's problems everywhere, then I go, yeah, it's not working.
Yeah, fair enough. Javier, do we need to do root cause analysis for every non-conformity cited during the internal audit?
I would no. I think mine don't tend to need a root cause analysis or something that you can correct straight away and remedy. So think of a solution and fix it straight away. But major and critical non-conformities, then they are more likely to need a root cause analysis. Yeah.
Okay, next one. Question from Nurati Kwa. Do all manuals need to be in physical form, or is it acceptable if the manuals are online, e.g. manuals saved in the cloud? If yes, how is the document controlled?
That's right. Well, that's you've hit the nail on the head, really. It is acceptable, but you need to actually manage it. So there needs to be restricted access and password controlled changes. So the documents would need to be password protected, so only authorized personnel can change them, and you'd have to have a log of the changes as well.
Okay. How would one go about auditing food safety culture? What criteria would you be looking at?
Well, I'd be looking at what the organisation does to create a food safety culture. So do they report complaints? They report and communicate non-compliances throughout the organisation down to the people on the shop floor. So I used to give information back to operators on the shop floor about complaints on the specific line they were operating. So I'd like to see team briefings, management meetings, shop floor consultation, employee reward schemes, exit interviews for employees, talk to staff, as an auditor, go around and talk to staff about, what's the food safety policy, what's the food safety policy, what are your food safety objectives, things like that.
Yeah. Okay, we've covered certifications required to become an auditor. Shiva, is there any specific domain of auditing in the field of food and dairy products?
I don't understand the question.
Right. So, well, it's a wider question. If you're auditing a specific company making a specific food product,
Yeah,
you should have experience in that product.
Yeah. External auditors, if you look at the major GFSI recognized standards, they require auditors to have experience in product categories. So they've got quite a range of food categories, you know, from produce, animal and plant, cooked foods, packaging, food service, biochemicals, storage and transport, you know, and a whole range of foods. So, yeah, if you're an external auditor, internally you should have knowledge of your own product, but as an external auditor, you should have experience with that product or similar as well.
Okay. Ghulam, my next certification audit will be held as per FSSC 22K version 5.1. Is it necessary that my last internal audit must be held as per version 5.1?
Yeah, but I mean, 5.1 varies in that there's additional requirements. So the 5.1 might not even affect your internal audit. So it'll depend on what are in the 5.1 document additional requirements. I think it's prudent to audit against 5.1. But I mean, if you didn't, it might be the same anyway, because 5.1 refers to additional requirements, whereas it's based on ISO 22000 and ISO 22000 and the prerequisites for the food sector you're in. So it might be food manufacturing or food packaging, and then there's additional requirements in the FSC certification scheme.
Okay, question from Aslan. What is life cycle of a document?
Yeah, it'll vary with different people, but what we typically say is I think you should review annually, and typically 3 years. But I mean, you could get to the 3 years and the document might still be current, and I wouldn't just generate a new document because it's 3 years old. So yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it matters as long as nothing's changed, but review regularly.
Okay.
Or when there are changes.
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
BG Ravi Kumar, requirements for external auditor, second party audit, auditing suppliers, is that, I think, is it? Second party auditor?
Yeah. Typically, you need to have an audit team leader qualification and experience in the product area that you're auditing. Also helps, obviously, to have knowledge of HACCP, to have had HACCP training. So audit team leader, product knowledge, HACCP training.
Okay, very good. Question from Marga. Remote audits have been accepted due to COVID. Now that visits are possible, what is your opinion if you combine both options? So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. I think some schemes do that to a certain degree anyway, in that there's a desk audit, and so I think you can have up to 50% remote, and I think that's not a bad thing for either party, because a lot of the documentation can be looked at in that. So I don't think there's any harm in getting that out of the way, and then on the day of the audit can focus on other areas like live records and the condition site standards. You know, your hygiene and housekeeping, how you're monitoring CCPs in your factory, and your product flow layout, and etc. GMPs.
The world's definitely changed, and I think remote working and remote auditing there's definitely some good benefits to it. Okay, Helmer, I work with 100 plus suppliers. How can I evidence that they are competent laboratory per FSC 22K version 5.1 new requirement?
Okay. Well, they need to work to ISO 22000. ISO 1075. I think it is laboratory standard. They need to be doing proficiency testing, and they need to be sending their products out and doing competency testing to a certified laboratory.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, usually GFSI certification to a GFSI benchmark standard should be sufficient to that. But if it's a test for a CCP that they're doing, then I'd probably want that independent verification as well.
Okay. Tracy, how long is minimum internal audit duration?
Internal audit duration.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know. I would think you're talking an internal audit is typically about an hour. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think it should be too long, and it shouldn't be too short. I would say it should be about an hour.
What about just a question from me? There's a bigger rise, prominence of unannounced audits that we see more built into GFSI standards. So, any opinions on preparation? How you can cope?
Yeah, well, I think in any audit preparation, you need to plan for the audit. You know what's going to happen on the day, so you need a meeting room, you need lunch or refreshments, you need protective clothing, so you can get all those arranged and sorted. You need to have people present. So guides, you need to have people allocated to spend time with the auditor during the audit. So production people, warehouse people, or representatives. These should all be allocated and planned for the day. Okay, so the arrangements for the day, guides, who the auditor is going to see as they go around, where the records are, all this should be planned. Okay, so you should have a plan and an allocation of responsibility for people or management and supervisors in the operation. Now, an unannounced audit doesn't differ from that. It's just that you need a rota for that. So this is sort of a list, and it's very messy. But I've got a rota list for. I can't see it properly. Okay, you can't see it properly, but what I've got is a rota list by date of jobs that people need to do on the audit. So for an unannounced audit, you might have a 60-day slot, and for jobs on the day, I've got the date and the name of the person that's responsible throughout the day for that task. So operations is the operations manager for records, the site director for policies and objectives, food safety team leader for recalls, production's obvious, production supervisor, production manager, food safety and legislation, quality manager or technical manager, etc. So it's a plan, and it can be a plan for an audit that you know the date of, so that it's communicated before. But you can also have it in a simple spreadsheet in Excel, a rota for all the jobs, responsibilities on the day. So it's clear to everybody that they've got a role in the audit during the day, each department, because an auditor just doesn't want to see one department, the quality department, for the day. And so a plan for the day, and then if it's unannounced, a plan for each day in that period.
Yeah, so you know you've got cover for the competence.
Yeah. Also, in that way, there's no surprises. Everybody understands what they need to do on the day. Yeah.
Sure. just is asking about splitting the time between the documentation and the factory walkthrough. You know, what's expected in terms of time spent on each.
Sure. Well, with this, we talked about it earlier, remote. Most of that time is document review. So when the site audit comes, there's most of that time is on the factory flow and walking through the factory operations. And then towards the end of that, I would expect them to they might look at records on the way through, but also do a review of the documentation for a period at the end of that to follow up on anything they might have picked up on.
Okay. Question from Ian. Is third-party audits, if third-party audits are to be replaced with official food interventions, then why not include food testing as verification or validation of food safety / food composition? Can you see that, Tony?
Yeah. If third-party are replaced by a third place, are they going to be replaced by food interventions?
I don't know.
And food testing and verification and validation are included in food safety standards anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sumya Dip, is it good practice to train senior management to conduct internal audits of a catering unit? I mean, a manager or chef. Should they be involved and trained?
If they've got the time, there isn't any reason why they can't do audits, but senior management are usually paid significantly more than people that might be competent to do that. There isn't a reason why they can't do it, but it might be a lack of big paid resource, or a waste of big paid resource. There isn't any reason, and it might be a bit of an insight for them. So, yeah.
Good idea. Yeah. Senior management commitment. Natalia, what is the minimum time it takes to complete a traceability / mock recall training in order for the training to be effective?
Well, it depends how. I mean, I don't think there's a minimum time and for the training to be effective. I mean, it depends how complicated your system is. If it's basically you get an apple from the farm, it comes to you, you pack it, and you send it to the nearest shop, then that's a lot simpler than a multi-component ready meal that gets ingredients from all over the world and then gets sent out all over the world. So it depends. So I don't think you can say what's the minimum training. It depends on how complicated the traceability system is.
Okay. Question from Maylene. I'm doing mock recall exercise. Ideally, how many days, hours should be the notice from the actual exercise commenced?
You shouldn't. You should be doing it straight away.
Okay. Ian's just
typically. If it should be, somebody tells you what you want to do a recall on, and you should be able to produce the documents typically and traceability within 4 hours, including a mass balance.
Okay. Ian has just clarified his question. Third-party audit standards do not contain a requirement for food testing. Only the FBO tests the food, not the auditor note. And yes, third-party auditing is to replace official government audits / inspections.
Okay, third-party government audits and inspections. Okay.
Okay. I think. Last final tip for good auditing practice.
Yeah. Okay. Well, my last tip I think is have a walk round when you're going to be audited, or have a walk round every day before at the start at the start of your day. Go and have a walk round and identify problems or issues and communicate with people. And certainly, I always went round before I was going to be audited. So. Yeah, as a manager in the food industry, don't turn on your computer. Go and walk around the factory and see what's going on.
Perfect. Right, I've added a link into the sidebar, so if there's any additional questions, that takes you to a discussion topic on the forum for this particular audit preparedness session. And if you post your question there, I'm sure Tony will answer. So thanks very much for your time today, Tony. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thanks everybody. Yep.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Cheers. Thank you.
Okay, moving on swiftly. The next oh, sorry, no, first I'm going to play the adverts. I'll get short. So we'll be back in 3 minutes after a word from our sponsors. Okay.
The world of food has changed a lot in the last 100 years. But one thing that doesn't change? Ensuring the quality and safe handling of food. No matter what changes are yet to come, we're proud to always be on our clients' side, shaping the future of food, today and tomorrow. AIB International, ever onward.
Okay, we are back. Next topic, food industry digitalization with Vladimir Surčinski. Switch your webcam on if you are.
Hello, hello.
Good afternoon, Vlad.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Do you want to just give a quick overview of your bio, and then we'll get into the questions?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Thank you. So, hello, everyone. Probably you know me from all of these webinars that we have been doing together with IFSQN from, I think, 2015 now. And so mainly I'm always talking about what I'm doing and what is my experience, not so big as Tony's, for example, over the 25 years. It's just 11 years, but in this experience, I think it's enough to talk about all the new things that are there. I'm currently on the position of Product Manager Certification and Training Food Standards of Quality Austria. This is certification body. From 2019, I wanted to talk a little bit more about the food safety, and then I founded Addicted to Food vlog. This is first YouTube video blog about food safety in East Europe, and there we are talking on our Serbian language and language of the region about some food safety topics. But actually, I'm an auditor. I'm also a certified food safety expert, also trainer, and lots of things just connected with the food safety. To not talk a lot about me, just few things before we start with the questions. Few days ago, I looked at the draft version of the World Health Organization Global Strategy for Food Safety till 2030, and over there, very interesting thing was mentioned. This is the rise of new technologies and digital transformation, where World Health Organization recognized the importance of the digital transformation in the food safety, and mentioned the digital innovation and transformation, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and these are the trends that are rapidly changing food safety systems. And I think this is something that we can expect in the future. Why I'm saying this? Because many years ago in 18th century, we started with the first industrial revolution. We started with the steam, with the coal and everything. And through the, many years, we came to this fourth industrial revolution, which is Internet of Things that makes network manufacturing possible. And this is since 21st century developing in our company. What is there to mention actually is that still we have some issues in this Internet of Things, in this digitalization, and this is actually the that nobody's talking about it, but actually the food industry is the least developed industry and the last industry who is implementing this, digital transformation, this Internet of Things, this all interesting new stuff, and maybe we are now forced because of the COVID-19 situation to do it.
Okay, so thanks for the introduction, Vlad. Just the first question then, looking at food industry, sort of maybe take it to food safety, what sort of things can we digitalize?
Yeah, yesterday there were a few presentations talking, and mainly the Safe Food 360. This is one of the things that you can digitalize. When we talk about the standards, we talk about the food safety, we talk about the processes that are connected with the food safety management systems. Then we can talk about maybe digitalizing what you already have. So this would be your HCCP, your documents, and you just have the system, you just transfer it into some virtual, option. And this is how you can do it through the Safe Food 360, for example, or any other, software. So in previous time, mainly you implemented some digitalization in your warehouse. You wanted to track traceability or stock or something like that, and then you use something like barcodes or RFID or just checking the stocks on your shelves, etc. So this is partially some digitalization that you already used, implemented through, for example, some warehouse management systems, And this could be the first steps in the digitalization of the food safety industry.
Okay, I'll take a question from Justice. How far is the food industry with regards to blockchain application with regards to traceability?
Yeah, at the moment, after me, Mr. Hans-Dieter Philipowski will talk about the ENFIT organization, and again he will talk about some software that they have. This is a software for the traceability in the supply chain, and this software is connected with the blockchain. You know, today everything that is managing some sort of data and doing the managing of this data, you need to also control the information that is entered, and also to save this information for any adulteration, you know, during this chain. All of these softwares or the applications are using the blockchain. So I think if you start to implement any software in your company, that software will already will have the implemented blockchain technology. But at the moment, I'm not sure how far exactly the food industry is doing that. You know, they are doing it because they engage some external company to help them with the software or digitalization, etc. And because of that, they are, let's say, forced to use again a blockchain technology.
Yeah, perhaps even unaware of it.
yeah, even not aware.
Yeah, Helmer, I currently have my HACCP system in Excel. What software would you recommend to make the HACCP analysis easier?
Yeah, so there are many softwares. If you go to IFSQN site, there is, you know, like the section with the companies that are presenting some software solutions. But for example, Safe Food 360 is one of the solutions that we talked yesterday and presented yesterday, and also there are some other solutions like More From Food. This is also software with HCCP solution. And yeah, if you type it HCCP software, you will find it. But what is most important there is that you have, for any digitalization, very important thing is that you have already very good implemented system that you can transfer in some virtual, you know, software or some digitalized checklists, etc. So maybe the first thing that you would transfer to your software would be, you know, managing maybe the checklists, you know, checklist for controlling of the reception, or the checklist for the controlling of the, I don't know, some critical control points or OPRPs, or, you know, even the training records. Yeah, why not transferring?
Internal audit or complaint?
Yes, complete internal audits and etc.
Okay, question from Ravi Kumar. Do we need to retain the base records after digitalization?
Yeah, probably your digitalization will not happen in one day. So it will be a project that will need for you to transfer step by step. And let's give it like 3 years to completely transfer. Look on documents, your records and everything, you have already defined some time period when you have to, you know, save all of these documents. So let's say you save it for 3 years, and after that you just transfer to the digitalization or digital processes, and then you don't have any more paper forms. And this would mean that you you know, save all of your digital records in some way, like for example on the cloud, etc. Some other systems.
Yeah, and the benefits of digitalization are, if you put it isn't cheap. Obviously, some of these systems can be expensive. Yeah.
Yes, you know, some of the systems can be expensive, but as I said, you will start with the you know, project, and you will say, okay, let's see what are the first things that we can digitalize. And you can say, okay, for example, for now we are tracking the temperatures in our chambers or temperatures of the thermal processing by, having the person going there, having the instrument, measuring the temperature, and then record it in the paper form. So let's say, for example, in first year, all of this we will change with some temperature sensors that are collecting temperature during the whole time, and we have some software or something on our computer where we can just open the software and check the temperature all the time, and this is the first step how we can digitalize some of the process steps in our production. Then we can say, okay, our next year will be focused on digitizing the records from the reception. We don't want any papers in our production facility. So this could be also the next step, So you don't have to spend it immediately a lot of money. You can go step by step, and you just do your gap analysis, for example, to see what would be the most or what would be the best for you steps to transfer to some better options,
And the benefits, obviously, a lot of these things are labor intensive, so become more efficient, less labor intensive, but also more accurate.
Yes. So probably when you, of course, if you have a person who is going there, who is measuring the temperature, sometimes he will record it correctly. Sometimes it will happen that this person is saying, okay, today I'm not feeling good. I'm tired. I will not go there to measure the temperature. Every day the temperature is similar. I will just write it down. And it could happen that there is an issue. But if you have a sensor and you have some kind of alarm that you have some notification, for example, on the cell phone of the maintenance guy or the production manager, etc., then you only can do the verification where occasionally that you have one person going once per week or monthly just to really see with their own eyes is technology working properly.
And also all the automation of data collection, then the reporting, the speed of reporting, the accuracy and
yes, definitely.
Okay, right. Question from Maylene: what tool can you recommend to assess food defense and food fraud risk assessment that shows the threat and vulnerability rather than paper?
I will recommend some free tools. So first of all, you can go for the food defense and check the FDA website. On the FDA website, you just type in Food Defense Plan Builder, and there you can download the Food Defense Plan Builder. This is a software that you install on your computer, and you just follow the steps that are explained there. So that's it. You solve the food defense. The second, regarding the food fraud, this is not a software. It is actually Excel sheet, but you go on a website, CSafe, SS. This is CSafe, and you go on that website, and on that website you will find, again, you type in the food fraud tool, and then you will download the Excel sheet. In this Excel sheet, you have a set of questions, and when you answer all of these questions, you will get the solutions that you need to see where are the gaps maybe for your production, your vulnerabilities, and on the other software you have some threats.
Okay, question from Ian. How do you digitalize all the PRPs like calibration of equipment, pest control, cleaning schedules when some third party provided like labs or pest companies and on different IT networks, and none of this talks with your IT system?
Yes, Ian, that's a good question, because I'm not talking about the food industry, because I'm doing also the audits in some other industries. And for example, some big industries that are very modern, they implemented over time a lots of smaller, software solutions, a lots of smaller applications, etc. And through the years, they started they cover themselves with these applications, with these softwares, and now they have like 3 softwares doing the same or similar things. So this could be a problem. But on the other hand, what you can do is, if you implement some kind of software, for example, that also covers the PRPs, like pest control, like laboratory, etc. These are external services, also calibration. You can ask from the laboratory or from the calibration service or pest controller that, and give them the access only to this small part, and in this small part they can enter the data that is needed for your company. So they will not use their own software, they will not give you their own documents, they will fill all the documents and what is needed inside your software. So this could be one of the solutions, But also what could happen is that you said, okay, all of my PRPs, some of them are managed by myself and some of them are managed by external services. For example, if pest control have their own software, then it's okay, just to use their own. Why not?
Yeah, and sometimes also they can export a CSV of the fields from their database, and you match the fields and import it into your database as well.
Yeah,
so
mainly.
Yes,
yes, definitely. Mainly, these solutions are covering that, so that you can just export from one software and just import it to another one and use the data that is needed for you.
Yeah. Okay. A question from Crystal. I don't know how familiar you are with ERP systems for a manufacturing company. Is that outside the scope, really?
I don't know. I really don't know what is the short. No.
Yeah. No. I think it's a little bit out of the scope. Google's probably your best friend for that. Sorry. Sarah, many of our systems are built in Excel. What is considered valid for digital sign-off on forms?
Yeah, for example, I mentioned this software more from food, for example, and very interesting is that when you want to just fill in some record, you will have the access, and when you have this access, this means that you have the your name, you have your code with which you access this software. When you access, you only get the records that you can fill in. So after you finish it, you will have your digital signature already there. But what else could happen is that in the software at the end you have implemented like the part where you need to sign it or put some sign or whatever, and then when you finish the filling in this form, there is a signature that you can sign it maybe with the finger on the touch screen or whatever with the pencil, etc. So many of these systems are also covering these forms.
Okay. Question from Christy. Any tips for convincing senior management to invest in digitalization?
Yeah, mainly what are the tips people are saying? We will have less employees because we will automatize some of the steps. We will have some of the steps going faster, etc. So this would mean less employees. This would mean that we have more money and we save money on that. But to really, convince senior management on this, it would be to say we will lower our non-conformities during the production. For example, we can track our non-conformities, why we have a lots of for example rework in our production, why do we have a lots of stoppages in our production, etc. So for example, I saw that one of the participants listening here is quality manager from one big company, and I remember there, for example, they had the production line. On this production line, there is a bottling happening, and then they have some printer, and they installed the sensor that is tracking the movement or the bottling on this line. And for example, in March of 2020, they had when they calculated all the stoppages in the production because of that printer that was acting bad, they calculated the stoppages of 34 hours during this whole month of March, only because of the printer. And these were the stoppages: one day for 5 minutes, one day for 15 minutes, one day for 1 hour, etc. And when they calculated at the end of the month, it was 34 hours of stoppages just because the printer was not operating properly. What they did, they bought a new part for this printer, they invested, and then in April you can clearly see the line that there were stoppages of maybe 1 hour just because of the regular preventive maintenance. So this is where you can save your money. You invest in some very simple sensor equipment and tracking equipment, and then you save money over time. This is how you can convince senior management on investing in digitization.
That's the only language they speak, money.
Yes.
So that's to convince them.
That's why I'm mentioning these topics. If you say we will be better, etc., it's not the.
Yeah. That's not strictly true. If it wants to reduce customer complaints or blah blah blah. But anyway, if we already have digital record, is it still necessary to record manually interval time, as it's maybe this important that operator makes sure that everything is within standard?
Well, it is not necessary to record it manually. For example, if everything is digitalized, for example, you have the equipment, for example, this filler machine that is filling or doing the bottling, and then you have the tracking with some sensors, and during this you have time, you have stoppages, you have why there were some stoppages because sensor is reading something. Then why would you need someone to record it manually? But what you should record manually, just to make sure that everything works properly, is actually to do some kind of verification. And then maybe you will not ask from your laboratory guys or quality manager to do the verification. In this case, the employee or the operator can do the verification in some time interval, because machine is doing all the readings. Then you can transfer the operator to become also the controller of all of these readings, do the verification once per week or I don't know, maybe once per shift. If there are lots of readings, that's something you will need to check it. But again, this recording manually can be done digitally, on the same place where are all the rest of the readings.
Okay. BG Ravikumar, in a food facility with the environmental temperature 15 degrees, where the outside temperature is above 30 degrees, and there will be a problem of moisture and PCs get damaged, what is the solution for this?
Well, actually, Ravi Kumar, there are solutions for this. There is a lots of productions that are wet inside, dairy industry where you have lots of washing, then you have some, catering industry, you have cooking, and then you have again some steam, and again some washings, with the foams, etc. That's are the places where you get your PCs get moist, etc. But actually there are systems of protection your PCs today. There are people, if they are building the some PCs inside the facility, then you have like protection made out from inox materials and or some rubbers that protect your screens, etc. So there are solutions to protect it.
Okay. Another question from Ravi Kumar. Will the software alert in case of deviation? Any chance of overlooking the alert and unsafe processes is going on?
Yes. Software will alert in case of deviations. I even saw some situations of automatization on a bottling line, for example, where you have like rejected bottles, and on these rejected bottles, you have printed out, for example, R32, R14, etc. And all of these rejection dates or the information means why this was rejected. For example, the bottle was not filled properly, the cap was not put it properly, or the bottle was deformed or something like that. But this is why in previous question I told you need to have from time to time some kind of verification, to really inspect, is this working properly?
Okay. Another thing, we were talking about alerts there. That's one of the things about digitization. There's a lot of, we spoke about it with Safe 360 yesterday. There's a lot of actions and events that need to happen within a quality food safety management system, and automating those reminders and automatically emailing people and chasing people up. That's a huge benefit. Okay, any further questions? Oh, Nancy, what is the estimated return on investment for digitalization?
Well, Nancy, it really depends on how much did you invest. If you just, for example, use some QR codes for the, reception control, and you can make a QR codes for free, and you can make some Google Forms connected with these QR codes again for free, and you just need a cell phone for, I don't know, 100 euros, then this return of investment is practically next month. But if you invest in I don't know, some really big systems, then your return on investment will be longer. It of course depends what are you producing, how expensive is your product, how expensive is your production steps, etc.
Okay, so digitization of a company, I'd say it's huge company, lots of processes.
Yeah.
Imagine a company with no digitization. Everything's manual, everything's paper based, etc. Where would you start?
Well, if I don't need to imagine. There is a lots of companies that I audit that are on that level that you are mentioning right now, and that's why I said in the beginning that food industry is a very low tech industry at the moment, and this is why till 2030 we need to invest in this technology. So first thing where I would start is actually to try to minimize the potential errors done by employees. This would be to track maybe temperatures in some sort of way through some probes or through some software. I would also try to maybe just transfer all of my written forms, the papers, to the digital forms. This could be the cheapest software. I think you can find it on the network. So this could be the first steps just to do it regarding the food safety issues,
Okay. Any further questions for Vladimir? We've got 2 minutes. Last 2 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. So actually, what is the goal there is actually that we everything that we are doing in this physical world, that we are connecting or tracking or monitoring, and everything that we try to transfer in this virtual world. This would mean that we need to have very good implemented processes already to just transfer them in this virtual world. If you don't have very good implemented process steps and processes and systematization and tracking and everything in a paper form, the software will not help you just to solve your problems. It will just be hard for you to implement everything.
Yeah. Garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
A question from Lauren. Can we digitalize food safety culture?
Yes, actually, if you digitalize all the rest of the processes, you can present your results as a food safety culture of your company. So this would be overall food safety culture. But if you want to talk about food safety culture as a digitalized process, then, you know, someone yesterday said that food safety culture is like love. You cannot, you just have to sense it. This would mean this, for example, if you go, but I'm kidding, if you go on a CSAFE website, there is a tool actually for food safety culture. But this tool is not something, you know, spectacular. This is just something that could help your company actually to investigate how your food safety culture is working at the moment in your company. So if you go on a CSAFE website, there is a tool for food safety culture. It covers some kind of questionnaire that you can send to your employees and then collect the data from their responses and to see what is happening with the food safety culture in your company. So this could be like digitalization of the food safety culture.
Thank you, Vladimir. Time's up. Perfect.
Thank you all again.
Excellent.
Bye.
Wait. I've put in the sidebar the forum topic for this particular session. If you have any questions, go and post them on that link, and Vladimir will follow up. Thanks for your time today, Vladimir.
Thank you all. Bye. See you.
It's our good friend, Vladimir Surčinski. I'm going to play the video ads. Be back in a few minutes. Hans, can you just switch your webcam off for a sec until we back on?
The world of food has changed a lot in the last 100 years. But one thing that doesn't change? Ensuring the quality and safe handling of food. No matter what changes are yet to come, we're proud to always be on our clients' side, shaping the future of food, today and tomorrow. AIB International, ever onward.
Okay, for some reason I disappeared. Welcome, Hans. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Hans-Dieter Philipowski from ENFIT. Welcome, Hans. How are you doing?
Yes. Hello, Simon. Thank you very much for this invitation and the good chance to talk to everybody here.
Okay, great to see you. I'm just going to put your slide on. For some reason, I just dipped out. So, yeah, we're going to be talking about supply chain food safety with Mr. Hans-Dieter Philipowski, President of ENFIT. And I'll just let you, Hans, just talk about ENFIT before we get on with the Q&A.
Yes, I will do. Thank you very much, of course. Yes, what is ENFIT? ENFIT is a non-profit organization that we have founded since 18 years ago. What is the reason? Of course, I was a long time building cleaning stations. Of course, I have had my own company and doing design, engineering, and construction work, and that means I built a cleaning station. And at that time, I understand more and more that there's no standards for the cleaning of transport containers, and that was the reason that I added together with other friends from logistic parts, from cleaning stations, from production side, that we should develop an international association that makes possible to develop international standards for all the questions around the real transport, physical transport of raw materials and food in transport containers from farm to the previous production, then to the secondary production, and then to the supermarket. That was the idea behind, and that we are doing now 18 years.
Okay. Yep. Okay. We can I move the slides now? Yeah.
Yeah, that is maybe to show that where we are working on international standards, and if somebody is interested in our first international guideline for the food safety in the supply chain during transportation of raw materials and food and transport containers, he can send an email to Philipowski at ENFIT.eu, and then he can get a free of charge copy of these guidelines. And there's 200 pages, and it says everything about transportation and the risk in transportation. Okay,
brilliant. The sound on your end isn't very good. Somebody's mentioned it's the mic.
Should change it now to this micro. Is it better?
Yes, that's better, I think. Yes.
Okay. So I will choose it like this.
Yep. Okay, great. So first question from me, what are the greatest risk in transportation?
The greatest risk is that we have not a real standard. All the producers have standards for hazard, for the cleanliness in the factories. And everybody in the food industry is normally thinking that logistic companies, they're doing the transportation of raw materials and food, maybe are working on the same standards, but that's not true. Of course, there's a complete deep gap between the knowledge and the understanding what is required from the food industry and what has been done by the logistic companies. And in this gap, we are looking in the association work to bring them in a balance that they, at the end of the day, can speak the same language and have the same understanding about this.
Okay, thanks, Hans. We have got a question from Justice. Why is it crucial to monitor the supply chain with regards to food safety?
It's an element process in the supply chain, of course. Most of the companies get raw materials in trucks, in silos, road tankers, tank containers, and IBCs. And if you get your raw materials maybe in paper sacks or something like this, that is a risk more or less. But in all this transportation where we are looking on the first step is a transport container that is used every day for another product. Maybe today for milk powder, tomorrow for and sugar, to next day for flour. And between all these different transportation, there should be a cleaning and disinfection and a hygiene aspect. And when this is not there, then we have the risk of cross-contamination, not only with maybe the previous loadings, it can be also that there are a lot of logistics around the world. They use their food transport containers for other materials, maybe for petrol, for chemicals, for plastic materials. And often we see that is the reason that maybe foreign bodies or chemical contamination or microbiological contaminations enter to the production, and later the production side has a recall and cannot really connect to find the reason for this recall, but nobody's looking really on the supply chain, on this really physical transport.
Yeah. And one thing about transportation, I don't know, let's say take it to an extreme, exporting from Europe to Australia. So haulage picks up at your warehouse, stores it in another warehouse, then another transport takes that to the docks, then a ship, and then the ship goes, and then it's in the back of beyond, so it's transported to several different carriers. How can we realistically control the food safety of such a long supply?
That what to say, Simon, is really one of the reasons that this part of the supply chain is so complicated. Why? There's a lot of different involved stakeholders in the supply chain, but we have only one transport unit. Of course, maybe if we are talking about a container, reefer container, or something like this to transport maybe fruits from A to B, then we are always talking about transport units. We call it transport units. It means road tankers, refrigerated containers, IBCs, and so on. All these transport units, they are used every day, maybe for another product, or maybe on a long-term trip for 4 weeks for the same product, but in different cases. The point where we spot it out is that it should be very important that this transport unit has the same requirements, the same standard in all the question of hygiene, and the possibilities to see what has been previous loadings, maybe for cross contamination with allergens, or maybe for forbidden stuff. And that is the main point where we are focused to make it visible in the supply chain, all these different events of loading, unloading, transportation, cleaning, disinfection, food defense with sealings and so on, bring these together to a blockchain system and make it visible for all the stakeholders in the supply chain. And mainly for the interest of the producers. Of course, they cover all the risks later when they have a recall.
Yeah, okay. A question from Cherno. What are the most important process steps in the supply chain?
The main important process step is the cleaning of transport units. Of course, depending to that, you can look at your kitchen at home. Yeah, normally you cook something, and after you have prepared your cooking and your meal, then you will wash it. And maybe on the next day, you take your same pot and prepare the next meal. That is the same what we have in this transportation of unpacked raw materials and food. Yeah, today we transport the milk powder, tomorrow we did the sugar, the next day flour. In a liquid form, we have sunflower oil, we have coconut fat, something like this. And all these products are completely different. And the main important thing is that we are used for these cleaning stations. They are worldwide. Worldwide, I have seen cleaning stations, they're doing this job. But the cleaning stations are always under pressure, price pressure. Of course, why? Most of the cleaning stations belongs to logistic companies. Of course, the logistic companies is the company who doing the transportation from A to B. And they get the order from the industry. But the logistic companies earn their money not with cleaning. Of course, they earn the money for the transportation. And the cleaning is a part of in this block of transportation in their contract. And at the end of the day, the cleaning costs them money. And they are always looking to reduce cost. For the driver, they cannot reduce it. For maybe the mount or the petrol, there's no possibility to reduce it. The only part in this is to reduce the cost for the cleaning. You know, if I enter to the hairdresser and say, please cut my hair for €5, it will be maybe different, not for me, of course, you see, I have no hair. But if you have nice hair like you, so when you say, do it for €5, maybe you look a little bit different. Then you say, okay, I'd be ready to pay €20, And at the end of the day, you will get a glass of champagne also, and you are happy at that. And that is to understand how is the conflict in the supply chain in all the question of transportation and the hygiene of transportation.
Yeah.
That needs to find the balance.
I guess especially if we talk about dedicated companies who only do food transportation, that's one thing, because you've still got to clean to prevent cross-contamination, allergens, and things like that. But what about transport companies that only partially do some food but do other things? Because at the end of the day, a lorry, a haulage lorry, needs to be full.
Yeah, of course, for a logistic company, the worst case is to transport air. Nothing. That is a lost business, of course. Then they will not earn money, then they pay money for that. That is the reason that we have a lot, of course, I'm from Hamburg and living in Belgium and working in Belgium. That is what I see daily on the Autobahn. When I'm driving around to my clients, I see often there are transport containers marked with labelings. You can stick it on and you can remove it. Labeling for food stuff only. For the European law, I can only talk about the European law, it's not allowed to change it between chemicals or feed and food. Of course, there's a dedicated transport container only for food. But under the pressure, the price pressure, and the competition between the logistics, there's a lot of companies that are doing fraud. They stick on the sticker foodstuff only, transported to food, and maybe tomorrow they transported the feed, and the feed can have a high contamination with microorganisms, with salmonellas, with something like this. And that is very dangerous, and that we see often the situation that there is a misunderstanding about how you should follow the rules and how you should not work criminal.
Yeah, sure. Question from Barbara. You are very focused on the hygiene of transport units so far. What about food safety of other type of packaging in the full supply chain, from farm to transformer to warehouse to our receiving dock? So,
yeah, we are looking also for that. Of course, when we built the association, we started with the transport of unpacked materials and road tankers, tank containers, silos, and IBCs. That was the first step. Then 4 years ago, we have developed together with companies like Mars, like Cargill, like Nestle, with cleaning stations, with logistic companies, the first international guideline, where all these aspects from the loading, from the transportation, the condition of the transport unit, the cleaning, the food defense, the traceability are inside. And now we started, I think 3 months ago, we started with a new working group, an international working group, to focus on all these questions about the refill container, where you have maybe frozen material or fruits and other products there is transported, maybe half packed or fully packed, but the condition means that all these containers should have also hygiene requirements. Of course, maybe through sex, through packaging, it can be an interway to the product itself, or it can contaminate it outside. And when this product is later stored in the supermarket and it spread microorganisms to the supermarket when they are moved away the package, we have also a problem.
Okay. Any further questions? So in terms of, as well as cleaning, etc., how does it work with the blockchain then? Is it the traceability side?
Yeah, it's a good question, Simon. Of course, it's very easy. You'll see this label here with the QR code. Of course, our association has developed a system that all transport units, maybe from a plastic box, from an IBC for road tankers, tank containers, whatever you want, you can label it with this unique identification number. And then we have developed a software that makes possible that the 4 stakeholders in the supply chain. That means the loader, the unloader, the transport company, and the cleaning station can buy this cloud platform connected together. Downstream and upstream. What does that mean? Of course, one of the main questions in transportation and for hygiene is always from the industry, what are the last 3 previous loads? And there's a lot of cheating with these questions. Of course, often you find on cleaning documents the information, the last previous loads from, like the information from the driver are sunflower oil, sunflower oil, sunflower oil. But we are sure that this is not often really an honest answer. Yeah? Of course, it only depends to get the next loading. There are a lot of companies, they have maybe restricted rules for which kind of previous loads they are not accepted, maybe, for example, allergens. But from the side of the logistic companies, if you have a container and he is empty, you can transport something, but the last loading was maybe an allergen, and you know that your contractor is not ready then to load it, then they will see that they are very flexible with this information. And with the blockchain technology, we have the possibilities that the loader enters to the cloud system the information about his loadings. The receiver of the goods make a verification, said, yes, maybe the one said, I loaded milk powder. The next, the receiver said, yes, I've got a milk powder. So it's not easy then for the logistic companies to say, oh, maybe it was sugar or something like this. Yeah. So you can say, okay, 2 parties say it was milk powder, I think I have transported milk powder. And so these bring me into the blockchain. And so this information is absolutely correct and cannot be later manipulated. And for the industry, is it important that if there has been maybe a previous load, you can clean it also in the proper way, but you have maybe to do a better cleaning than it was maybe not an allergen. And that means that all these 4 parties has to bring to one level of understanding and one level of standards so that these can really flow. And with this blockchain technology, it opens eyes, and the benefit, of course, in the first moving, the logistic companies may be not so interested to be transparent, but when I'm talking to logistic companies, I say, hey guys, you can have 2 different ways of business. You can be making your music backstage, nobody will see you, and you can do everything, or you can enter on stage and show what you're doing. That can be your benefit for better contracts with the industry. When they understand that you are open and transparent and you are very give the right information, and that is based on the digital information, then it can be for the future bring you better business as when you are playing your music only backstage.
Okay, brilliant. Question from Nurai. Are you familiar with IFS logistics for transport standard? What is the importance of certification, e.g. IFS logistics for transport companies to assess their performance?
Yeah, that is a little bit a gap also. Of course, often we see that companies are IFS logistics certified, and the producers are thinking then everything in the supply chain is completely well organized. But that's not true, of course. It's more in a frame. Our standards are really deeply involved in the real processes. So that is that we are working together with IFS to find their way to connecting our standards to the IFS logistics standards and to bring it to a real chain, closed chain for all the users of these standards.
Okay.
ENFIT is more deeply in how you can do it, what should be the right procedures, what should be the right requirements, and how you can check it. And IFS is more like a frame said, yes, the logistics should be well organized, but not saying the details. And both together, I think, build up a complete good system in the supply chain.
Yeah. Question from Justice. In some logistics companies that transport products, e.g. vegetable oil, that come into direct contact with their tanks, A provision of a certificate of cleanliness is usually the only control point that is used. Will the scientific, e.g. micro-testing, be a good verification step, or will this slow down the process?
No, that is also a good, we will find it also in our standards. That we say one hand is the cleaning and to follow a cleaning process. And what Justice discussed here is this question of these cleaning documents. Often, the cleaning document says nothing. We have here in Europe a cleaning document called ECD. It's EFCO cleaning document. That is the competition organization of us. But this organization is built by logistic companies and is working under the interest of logistic companies. And the interest is not to be very open, maybe to protect themselves. I can understand it fully, absolutely. I know what they are doing and why they are doing, and I understand it. There are used special cleaning codes, and when you look behind this code, it says nothing. The only saying is maybe, for example, P10 means hot water, but it says nothing about it. 3 seconds, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something. It says not where is the hot water used. Is it only inside the tank, or is it in the tubes, in the valves, in the hoses, whatever. We have a lot of other equipment around those tanks. They are in contact with the material. And the point is that this association of our competitors have 2 small sentences on their documents. One sentence says, the cleaning station only announced what they have done, spilling, drying, using a chemical for the cleaning, not more. And the result is the tank is clean, means there's a specification. They will find it on their website also. After the cleaning, when the manhole of the tanker is opened and you look into the tanker and then you see no visible dirt, then the tanker is clean. There's no discussion about what is with hoses, what is with tubes, what is with valves, what is with the filters or pumps. There's nothing saying, and that is really a disaster for the industry. Of course, you have a nice paper, it looks very nice and has developed 25 years ago, but at the end of the day, it has nothing, no value where you can really fix on and can really check it. That is the reason that we have developed this international working group. Real processes, like at your dishwasher at home, pre-wash, a main wash, a spilling, a drying, with temperature, with duration time, and so on. And that should be followed to find the minimum requirements for a clean transport container.
Okay, thanks. Sonia, what's the best way to assure food safety of LTL loads? LTL.
What is LTL?
LTL. I'm Googling. LTL. Less than load. So part loads, is that? Yeah. So, for example, say I'm a food company.
Yeah.
But I don't have 20 pallets to fill a truck. I only have 1 pallet or some boxes. I don't have much power then with the transport company. How do we deal with that situation?
That's a good question, of course. Normally we are talking about unpacked material, not so much about the pallets and so on. That means the floor, the liquid oil, the liquid chocolate in the tanker, directly in contact with them. So I can tell everybody in the industry, of course, you should control and you should look for your logistic companies. Otherwise, when you're not looking for that, what they are doing and how they are doing, at the end of the day, you are responsible for your records. Maybe, I know, always it's the discussion, the transport should be cost nothing. It should be for free of charge. But it's impossible. If you will look for equality, then it has to become a clear understanding about the cleaning and the hygiene conditions. But on the other hand, you have to make a balance between your accounts in your company, between the account for recalls, and often the recall costs millions of euros or dollars or something like this. And on the other hand, we are talking about maybe 10 or 20 euros more for transport for a full truck with 25,000 kilograms maybe of a milk powder. And that is I think a little bit misunderstanding or so. of course, the industry has a full power on the logistic companies, but they should be trained how they can control it, how they can check it, and how they can look for that what they provide them. It's not enough to look only on this paper, on this called cleaning document or cleaning certificate. At the end of the day, when it says nothing, then you should make a clear announcement to your logistic provider and say, hey guys, I would like that you follow maybe the ENFIT standards, and there we will find everything inside in these standards, what is necessary for thee, and then I can believe on that what you are announced to us.
Okay, thanks, Hans. Barbara, regarding previous products in systems, do you have any go-to websites or ideas regarding understanding the last product declared on the wash certificate? Our options so far are contacting the wash company and Googling. For example, the last product on a recent wash is Arflex. Arflex?
Arflex.
Do you know what they are? Arflex?
No, not yet. Arflex.
But yeah, in the broad sense of a question, does that can you provide any guidance on that? Arflex, I don't know. I just Googled it. It said furniture.
maybe it's or maybe it's a kind of plastic what is used maybe in the furniture industry. I don't know.
Yeah.
It can be this question, of course. I told you that there's a lot of fraud every day that people mix transportation of the food material, maybe of a milk powder, and then transporting plastic granular. Of course, the logistic company sometimes thinks it's more dangerous for food. Of course, they are producing maybe bottles, plastic bottles for the orange juice, and it can't be. But one particle later in the next transport enter to the silos of the producer, you will never detect it. Maybe only your customer will detect it by his juice, and then it costs you millions, maybe like Mars some years ago. They have had these problems. And this fraud can only be detected with a digital system, so that the loaders enter the information about the loading, the receivers make the verification, and then nobody can change this previous material. And that is very important. What we are doing for these people in the industry is that we said, give us maybe 10 or 20 of your cleaning documents. We will check them, and we give you an idea how safe they are and what they are saying or what we are missing. And then you should enter more deep into your logistic partners and to find out what is really going on. That is absolutely important.
I mean, one thing's for sure, there's 391 people online now, and I can guarantee that every company has incoming materials and outgoing materials, and everybody will have a story where something related to food safety of transportation in or out or warehousing external, there's problems. It's definitely, but it's almost like out of sight, out of mind once it's gone from the company.
So it's like the IT solution. Yeah, everything what you bring in, you will have later on your product. And
exactly.
So it's very important to have a focus on that, to look really deeply in the supply chain, and don't believe in papers. Papers, at the end of the day, it says really nothing. And that is a very important point. And follow clear standards. And if somebody is really interested, he can send me an email. He gets a free of charge copy of our international guideline. And there's all the points are absolutely transparent, explained, and it should be very helpful for everybody. We send more than 2,500 copies to the world, from Brazil to the North Pole. I think the North Pole has nothing required.
Okay.
All other countries.
Right. I think we're actually on time now.
Yes.
I've just put in the sidebar a link, and that link takes you to the discussion forum on the IFSQN. So if anybody has any further questions about supply chain, food safety, please post it on the discussion forum and Hans will have a look. And if you want, maybe Hans, you can put your details on there. And if everybody wants a copy of the guidelines, they can request them from you. So
Yes.
Thanks very much, Hans, for your time. Have you enjoyed it, your first one?
Yes, it was great. Thank you very much to everybody on the world. And I'd be happy to be with you here. It was a great organization, Simon. Thank you for you and your team.
Thanks very much, Hans. Speak soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, I'm going to play the sponsors ads, and then coming up, we've got Brita Ball with training, communication, leadership, and coaching. Okay, thank you. See you in 3 minutes.
The world of food has changed a lot in the last 100 years. But one thing that doesn't change? Ensuring the quality and safe handling of food. No matter what changes are yet to come, we're proud to always be on our clients' side, shaping the future of food, today and tomorrow. AIB International, ever onward.
Okay, moving on. Training, communication, I can't even say the word, leadership and coaching. Dr. Brita Ball, CEO and principal coach and consultant, advancing food safety culture. Are you there, Brita? Okay, look at that. Training, as if by magic. Brita, leadership and coaching. Dr. Brita Ball, CEO and principal coach and consultant. I can hear my voice coming out of your speakers, I think. Or something.
Yes, I know. I'm trying to. I'm not sure where that's coming from, so I'm trying to find where my audio is.
You're
so
okay.
I can adjust that.
It's okay. I think we're fine. Brita, hello. Do you want to just do a quick intro, Brita? Just you were fine, Brita. Just switch your mic back on. I can't hear you now. You need to switch your mic back on.
I'm getting amazing feedback. It's several seconds difference.
Yeah, that for me now that's gone. You're fine. Can you hear me? No.
Yes, but I'm getting your voice twice.
Right. I don't understand why that is.
I did. It's on.
Are you okay? Brita, do you want to give do your bio here? Give an overview of yourself.
Okay, hold on. I'm getting feedback by several seconds.
Brita, will you log out and log back in again?
Yes, I think I'll do that. That might work the best.
Please. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, a couple of little hitches today. You can't expect to have 14 presenters in 2 days and not have any issues. But is everybody feeling good? Is everybody happy? We're halfway through the week. It's Wednesday today, I think. Yeah, it's gone really quickly. Yesterday, I've never known 4 hours to go so quickly, and we're almost halfway through this one. So we've got Brita Ball with training, communication, leadership, and coaching, and then after that, we've got Steve Dowd with red meat inspection and fat analysis. Then Brian Brookman and Dr. Matthew Whetton, proficiency testing and food safety. And Robert Rogers with metal detection and Xray inspection. Yes, Brita.
Okay, I know what happened.
Okay, so go on, give your intro, and then we'll get on to the Q&A.
Yeah, so great. Well, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here with the International Food Safety and Quality Network. It's a wonderful opportunity to connect with people and to share information. I think that I really appreciate the platform that you have and the innovation that you had how many years ago when you started this. It's really wonderful. So thanks again for inviting me to be part of this. I wanted to discuss the leadership, the food safety information, the leadership development that's needed, communications, those kinds of things, because that's really where my career has led me. I started in the food science and food safety space. My career shifted over to leadership and organization development, community development, developing people, developing organizations, helping people become more effective at what it was that they were doing through policy development, through education and training, and then more recently as a certified coach. And I've worked across the food chain in production agriculture all the way to food service. I was in inspection and auditing, so I have a breadth of experience in the food sector, and I also have an extensive amount of experience in education and training, and as I said, in leadership and organization development. I was a marketing and communications officer. I was in policy development for the government. I spanned a lot of positions over my career, and now I've got my own company. I'm CEO of my own company. And what we do is we help organizations improve the implementation of their food safety management systems, streamline processes, and help their employees to adapt to shifts and changes that need to happen to improve their food safety systems and also quality systems, health and safety, those kinds of things. It's a very similar type of concept when we're working on organizational culture and individuals, how individuals adapt to cultures. So that's why my company focuses on advancing food safety culture.
Okay, brilliant. Ta-da! Right. Welcome, Brita. The first question then from Justice: how often should factory personnel be trained or retrained, e.g. on food-related aspects in a food processing facility?
Well, this is one of those questions very much like food safety. So, am I going to be sick? Well, it depends. And so that's one of the same kinds of, I'm going to start with the same kind of answer. It depends. And so what is there an issue with what's happening with the people that might need to be trained or retrained? Is there something that we're recognizing that they need to do differently? And if that's the case, then as soon as we recognize that something's not right, then we should be addressing it right away. Is it training that's required? Maybe and maybe not. And so there needs to be a little bit deeper dive into the situation to determine whether training is the most important thing. The idea of annual training is there because many companies wouldn't necessarily follow through on training. And so some places will say, well, we have to have our annual training. If they just repeat the same training that they did last year, that's not necessarily effective. So there's not really an answer about how often you have to need to do training or retraining. It's really going to be specific, case specific, depending on what the problem is, because what you're trying to do with training is you're trying to preempt something, preempt some issues, or you're trying to solve a problem. And in order to do that, you need to know what the issues are.
Okay. Question from Aswati. Any tips to build food safety culture and GMP awareness of workers and operators?
GMP awareness. So I want to start off by saying, so every company has a food safety culture. Every food company has a food safety culture now. And whether they like that or not is a different matter. Whether they would like to improve it, that's hopefully what people are always wanting to be, or companies are wanting to do, is to improve their food safety culture. And so to go about doing that, you've got to identify where, again, like the last question, where are the gaps? What kinds of things are working well, and how do we need to improve on those things, or do we need to look at areas where we need to focus to make improvements because there are issues that are happening?
Okay, thank you. Question from Ravi Kumar. Any training program developed for senior management? What do they need to know? What does senior management need to know?
Senior management needs to know things, not so much about all the details of proper food handling. They need to know the importance of food safety in their enterprise risk management. They need to know how food safety problems can affect the bottom line. So when you're speaking to, this comes back to the communications part, when a food safety person is speaking to senior management, they don't necessarily want to be speaking to senior management about we need to do this because of compliance, or we need to do this because it could make somebody sick. We need to put it into context of what impact the potential food safety issue is going to have on the company, because senior management is looking at things from a strategic level, from a 50,000 feet level. They're looking at the whole organization, and they're trying to balance things so that things are optimized within the company. We could be putting hundreds of thousands of dollars into food safety programs only, but if the company is not making money, then we're not going to have jobs. And so we need to look at things and how it balances, and senior management makes the decision about what the enterprise, what the company is able to risk or willing to risk with respect to food safety. So that's when it comes into the enterprise risk management discussions.
Yeah, things like obviously money, loss of business.
Exactly.
lack of opportunity of entering new markets or new business. But and ultimately, I think we've discussed it before, not just money, actual personal liability. Like, for example, you know, the peanut
That's
corporation.
right.
Do you want to explain that to people because they might not know some of them?
Yes. So there are a number of situations where the people at the top of the company have been charged criminally and are in jail now because of actions and inactions related to food safety. The Peanut Corporation of America was a company that made peanut paste and sold that peanut paste to other companies that put it into their products. So if you think of some multinationals, well-known brands. I think there was one where there was a cookie with peanut butter in the middle, and that would be an example of a company where you had two cookies, two biscuits, and peanut butter was in the middle, and then and that would be the product. And other companies put it in as another ingredient. And those, and then of course there were some that put it in jars. And there was there were salmonella issues. There were a number of different issues. I'm going to cut to the chase, but because the company, the owners of the company directed their employees to falsify documents, to retest when there was a positive salmonella, retested until they got a negative, and so on. In the United States, the owners of the company and others connected to it were put into jail for 25 years or something, and the company went bankrupt and so on. So there are cases like that where the company owners were put in jail. Then there was a more recent one, as an example, that in the UK, where there was a chef recently who was sentenced to something because he didn't take the time to make sure that the minced meat was fully cooked before serving it to people, and people got sick and one person died. And anyway, that chef was charged and found guilty.
Yeah, so that's enough motivation for senior management. Hopefully, if they don't get that, then they won't get anything. So that answers the next question of Slavika. So you tell them the costs and the benefits of food safety with some real examples. Okay. Question from Justin. Any tips on convincing a worker that may not be buying into the culture that's being built?
So the culture let me say the culture that's being shifted. So you're not necessarily building a culture, like I said, because in the beginning you have a culture. Yeah. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to shift the culture to be more to be along the lines more positive to food safety. And so if there is a worker that doesn't want to doesn't want to do something or doesn't seem to want to follow the new protocols and things, it's important to understand what if you're going to make the difference, you've got to understand why the person is not doing it and what the person's thinking is. Because if you don't understand the background for that, if you don't understand their attitudes and about food safety, their perceptions about the importance of certain things that they're doing, if you don't understand those kinds of things, then it's hard to talk to them about how it could benefit not only them, but the company. Some people don't want to do it don't want to do certain tasks that they're required to do for food safety because they don't think it's necessary. So that would need a conversation. That they don't want to because it takes too much time. You could maybe involve them in a discussion about, well, if it takes too much time, is there a better way? This is the outcome that we need. And in order to get that outcome, we determined that this was the best way. But if you can find a better way to still get that outcome that supports food safety, then we can have a conversation that will, and you can be part of the decision-making process that helps us move forward to improve food safety. It may be that the person has an attitude or perspective about food safety that means that they cannot be in that position any longer, and they may need to be shifted to another position in the company. And in some cases, the person may be released from the company.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Tessa, any advice on helping to integrate a team that primarily speaks a different language than most of the management?
So when you're talking about integrating a team, so let me, I'm not 100% sure on what you mean by that, but different languages, different national cultures can make things challenging, and especially not just if you have a team that speaks one language and has one culture and senior management that has another, but if you even some workplaces that I've been in, the teams are mixed, and they have to learn to communicate with each other, and so there's not necessarily an easy way to, or there's not necessarily a quick way to do it, and it may not be easy, but one way that some companies have achieved an integration is to provide language training for the people that work for the company. And that does a number of things. It helps people to understand the working language better. And in doing so, it helps to boost their self-esteem. It helps them outside of their workplace. And it can help their family members. It can help in a number of different ways. And so that's what some companies have actually achieved, have actually done, and they've achieved success in integrating their employees a little bit better because of the language training, and that goes not only for people who come from a different language background, different cultural background, but that's also happened in companies where English in that I know of, in companies where English is the main language, where people can speak well, but their reading and writing levels are not good. Their literacy rates are not good. And so companies have provided literacy training for their employees, and that has created huge benefits for the companies that have done that.
Okay, thanks. Aswati, any tips to make effective training that can improve food safety culture practice other than just fulfilling audit requirements? So training methods that are...
Well, yeah. So training, yeah. When you're doing training, let's make sure that we're understanding things. So there's training, which is skills based, and there's education, which is knowledge based. So training, when you do training, that's, even though we use the word training in food safety, a lot of times we mean food safety education, because we're not actually training. We're not trying to change their skills necessarily. We're really focusing on knowledge and attitudes. So we're really talking about food safety education. So training, just to be clear, training generally involves skills, knowledge, and attitudes, providing information and opportunity to develop skills, knowledge, and attitudes. And education focuses on knowledge and attitudes or aspirations and things. So just to be clear on that we know that. And companies may just rehash old education programs, food safety education programs, have their employees sit in a classroom somewhere, and somebody speaks at the front and goes over the same PowerPoint material every time. And that's not necessarily effective. Some people may learn things, but that's not necessarily effective. There are different ways to develop in-person training and ways that are effective for online training that will help people to learn things. And I'll give you just an example of what I'm doing right now. I'm working for a client in developing an e-learning program for their warehouse and distribution and for the cold chain. And what I've done is I've created stories, and I have a story at the front of each little section. So I have a story in front of the receiving section. So what happened at receiving, and so there was an example. I forget exactly the details, but I gave a story about the receiving and whether. Oh yeah, that's what it was. I'm just coming to my mind. So in receiving, a shipment came in, and there were boxes that were leaking. It was meat. There were boxes that were leaking. This has actually happened. Boxes that were leaking and other boxes that were still frozen. And they looked at this and said, well, what's going on here? And they, the part about that was that I wanted to show the learners that this was actually what happened, and that the people at receiving have an important role to play in checking the products that come in and so on. But by creating a story, by talking about a situation, it brings the content, the food safety content, to life. People can relate better because they can see it in pictures. They can maybe think about what it might seem like if they had experienced it themselves, and then you can talk about the temperature controls that are needed and what would have solved prevented the problem by making sure that the transport was refrigerated, by making sure that something else had been done properly, by making sure that the temperature controls were at the pickup end, was the product at the right temperature, and so on. So by starting with a story, then you can build around it whatever message it is that you want to say. And you can, if you're working at things in place, you can even do this in a group huddle before a shift starts, and you can talk about examples and have people give examples themselves about a food safety situation that they're aware of, and then somebody can lead that discussion. The supervisor, for example, can lead the discussion of what's happening there, because we've got a story related to food safety, and then we're able to link that to the knowledge that's needed to transfer the information. The temperature control, the proper hand washing, the proper sanitizing, the proper whatever the proper things are.
Yeah. So ongoing, more frequent training as opposed to a massive grand annual 2-day event that's then just over.
Yes, definitely. Ongoing. It should be ongoing anyway. Even if you have a massive once a year event that you want to have, so you have your checkbox, if that's what's in your policies and procedures, then you still do your massive once a year training. But think about it when you're learning things yourself. If you're not focusing on them every once in a while, they can be lost in the back of your mind. And I'm teaching a food science communication course at the University of Guelph. We're just wrapping up at the end of the semester. And the food science communication course, it was a skills-based course. And so my objectives, the objectives that I set out for the course were to develop the skills in writing and in oral presentations. And I also had students every week or so, I had them do a critical reflection journal. And that critical reflection journal is the first time I've used that technique. But that critical reflection journal, at the end of the semester, I read the reflections, and the students emphasized how important it was that every week or two they reflected on what they learned and what it meant and how they were going to apply what it was that they learned. That's what gets people to remember the information that you're wanting them to remember.
Yeah, sure. Carrie, we have our management commitment statements signed by our president, and all of our senior management attend opening and closing meetings of audits. Is there anything else auditors might be looking for to prove our management commitment to food safety culture?
Some auditors want management to go around the operation with them. So some of them, it's not just enough to be at the beginning, the starting meeting and the ending meeting, but also be there, a senior manager of some sort to go around as the audit is taking place. And that will be up to the auditor company. It really depends on what's expected from that.
Okay.
The best way to find out is actually to ask an auditor from that company.
Yeah, sure. What about things like you mentioned, especially during COVID and things, there's a lot of training now online rather than in person. I mean, even take this, for example. I suppose if you come to this for 4 hours and see different presentations, you might pick up little bits. What do you think of the move towards sort of online webinar-based training and things?
Yeah, it's been effective in a lot of ways. So what's happened with the COVID situation is we kind of went from some places were able to have in-person training before that. They had in-person training before COVID lockdowns and restrictions. And then when the restrictions came, the only way to deliver training was online. And so we basically have seen a huge jump in the use of online educational programs. And this is where I go back to the very beginning when I talked about the difference between education and training. So the online trainings are the online food safety initiatives. They're mostly about education. They're not necessarily about training, unless someone like an instructor like me understands what needs to happen for the skills development to take place. So the course that I just was talked about, I put in within the course some activities that students needed to do outside of the class that would help them develop their skills. But it was communication skills, it was writing skills. They had to do that away from the classroom anyway. So online training, in-person training, whatever that is, really should be part of a larger strategy of your workplace learning. And there is an important role that online training can achieve. And if it's good online training. So
Yeah.
if you've got somebody developing online training, they've got to make sure that they're using good educational design, and that's critical.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to somebody the other week because the title of this session is Training, Communication, Leadership and Coaching. And you might not see communication as training or education, but at their company, what they do is every month, the manager of that department talks about the company performance, the sales, what customer complaints they've had, any health and safety accidents or incidents, any projects that they've got going. And I think feeling part, that changing the culture and getting buy-in and people wanting to follow the rules. And when they've got that broad understanding of the business and the good and the bad, that's what half of it's just about good communication, isn't it? I think
a lot of that is that, and communication, that kind of communication is essential if you're going to improve your food safety culture. People need to know why it is that they're being asked to change, why it is that they have to change habits and things. Think yourself, if you've had some habits in place, you've been doing something the same way for however many years, it takes a while for you to change that habit, to get into a new way of doing things, whether it's new good eating habits or new exercising habits or something. It takes a while to do that. And when you've got somebody in a senior management position who's talking about the company, talks about the KPIs, the key performance indicators, talks about where the company is going with a vision, that helps people know that they're not just putting things into a box, or they're not just cutting things here. They're not just doing their little tasks. They're part of a bigger picture. They're part of the whole company and the success of the whole company. And that can give people a really good sense of satisfaction and that they're participating in something much bigger than themselves and what their job is.
That's super, actually, because we just we're out of time. We're out of questions. But what I've done is I put a link in the sidebar. I don't know if you can see it, Brita. That takes you to the IFSQN forum where your mini session is. So if anybody has a question or a comment and wants to ask further questions from Brita or get Brita's contact details or anything, just post in there and Brita will liaise with you, won't you, Brita?
Yes, that's great. Yeah, and go there because I've got a food safety leadership roundtables coming up in the new year, and I'd love to let people know about those and how they can participate.
Okay, so head over to there. It'll open a new window. I'll do it after. No problem. Thanks very much for your time, Brita.
All right, thank you.
And it looks like it's still sunny outside, or it's still light anyway.
Oh, it's still light. It's not so sunny. We got clouds today.
Okay, thanks, Brita. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, a word from our sponsors, and then we'll be back for Steve Dowd from with red meat inspection and fat analysis. Okay, so we'll be back in 3 minutes or so. Thanks. Steve, can you turn your webcam and mic on, please?
Matt, you there?
Can you turn your webcam and mic off for the time being, please? Steve, can you turn your webcam and mic off? Thanks.
The world of food has changed a lot in the last 100 years. But one thing that doesn't change? Ensuring the quality and safe handling of food. No matter what changes are yet to come, we're proud to always be on our clients' side, shaping the future of food today and tomorrow. AIB International, ever onward.
Okay, next up, red meat inspection and fat analysis with Steve Dowd. Are you there, Steve? You can switch your webcam and mic on now. Technical sales manager at Eagle Product Inspection. Hi, Steve. You all right?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Okay, so we'll just let you give a brief intro, and then we'll get on with the Q&A.
Sure. I just want to start by saying, hey, thank you, Simon, for setting this up and giving us the opportunity to address this forum. It's always nice to be able to share information in this type of settings. So my name is Steve Dowd. I'm the technical sales manager at Eagle Product Inspection. I'm in charge of determining, the correct Xray solution for customers and the customer satisfaction post-install. I've been working with Xray for over 21 years in various roles, from service, application, systems engineer, product management, sales management. So my role is now primarily focused on ensuring that Eagle is continuously improving and making sure we're meeting those customer experiences and making sure Eagle's developing things for our upcoming customer needs.
Okay, and I think that's it. So, right, thanks, Steve. Yeah, welcome. Nice to have you along for the first time. Maybe you could start while we're waiting for some questions. Hopefully there's some amongst the 360 odd people. There are some people in red meat, but perhaps you could start by telling us how the technology is used in sort of that setting, in an abattoir or etc.
Yeah, so there's obviously different parts to the food chain with regards to meat. There's the slaughterhouses or the abattoirs, and there's processors, and there's brokers somewhere in between there that are selling the product. Where Xray is now is trying to ensure that you have the best product you can have leaving your facility. And what that means is that you have a clean product, maybe with no bones, or if it's supposed to have bones, make sure it has the bones, and making sure that your lean points are accurate if that's what you're striving for. So in a slaughterhouse, especially here in the U.S., we have cattle that's designated suspect USDA, meaning that it's suspected of having some issues. Maybe it's been shot with a shotgun or something like that, and they expect there's probably metal contaminants in it. Using the Xray, you can kind of run those products through there, identify those bird shots, and get them out before it goes on to your customer or before it's further processed. In the deboning line, where the guys are cutting the meat, if you're running it through a fat analysis system, you can actually see the lean point of how the cutters are doing their job, give feedback to them, and help them actually learn to cut more efficiently, if they're trying to be more lean or more fat, depending on what their target is. You can also, pack your product as it's going off to the processor and be more accurate. So since meat is a commodity that's sold on lean point, and if you have a customer that's trying to buy a certain lean point, you can make sure that you're achieving that lean point right on target, so the product's actually usable when it gets to the next location. And then the whole while you're looking for contaminants like bone or metal that might be in that product that doesn't want to go on to a processor. And if you're the processor side, there's a lot of good things you can use it there for as well. You can verify, number one, the incoming goods are what you purchased and that they're free and clear of any contaminant issues. Depending on where you put it in the process, you can have vendor analytics. So, if you buy your product from 10 different sources, you can actually inspect and determine which sources are giving you problems and which ones are maybe giving away lean points or hitting the most accurate lean point. And you can kind of start rating your suppliers that way. If you put it into your process and you're doing some sort of recipe, you're making a hamburger or something like this, you can use the fat analysis system to actually run your recipe management system so that you're more efficient. You can turn more blends, you can make more product at the accurate lean points that they're supposed to be, without having to wait for time and test and recorrecting your product. You can actually formulate the product right to the correct target. And then you're also able to protect your equipment. So if you get a hook or a knife or a cell phone, you can get that out before it, gets into your process. So speeding up your efficiencies is good, and making sure your product is accurate. If you're a broker and you're buying and selling product, you're able to buy the product and sort it out. If you have a large enough warehouse space, you're able to sort that out and get the product at a premium for being able to supply on target product. The way the rules work now, if you buy a truckload of meat, you might get 700 cartons and the average load is supposed to be 90. You might end up with 95s on one end of the truck and 70s on the other end of the truck, but the total average meets the requirement for shipping. But as a processor, you can't necessarily use it like that. You've got to make sure that what you're putting in matches your recipe. And so a broker has the opportunity to kind of sort that product out if he wants to, and kind of sell that product back at a premium.
Right. So basically, lots of different uses along the supply chain of red meat, and not just for food safety, quality, efficiency, improving the process, etc. So are there regulations that require Xray at any point, or is it just...
No, the regulations are, as far as how it's sold, those are how you test it. And, that's going to be on, how they pack a truck, how they sample that truck, and when they test, how they hold. It just says you have to test it in some way. Most of folks are using a chemical method or infrared, but this allows you to do it real time without having to wait for those test results to come back. And instead of getting a sample size, you're getting 100% of the product versus a small sample, right?
Yeah.
So, and then your process is the same thing. It just says, we want to have a certain lean point, but how we get there is usually we test the whole batch, and by then it's already kind of mixed. You don't have you have maybe one more opportunity to correct that before you finish it. So you often err on the side of making it more lean, to make sure you don't give the wrong value to the customer. So,
okay.
Some customers, they do require that their suppliers use Xray, but that's really going to be a consumer, the supply chain type of edict that's going to come from one user to a seller, not a regulation.
Okay. Clear. Question from Justice there. We always get this when we're talking about Xray. Are there any chances that a product could become radioactive after being subjected to Xray technology?
Not with the levels of Xray we're using, and really not at all. I mean, in order to have any kind of levels you're talking about, you would have to radiate the meat, and you'd need really high doses of radiation. These systems here are very low dose X-rays. They're like getting a dental X-ray. It's nowhere near the amount of radiation you would need to radiate. You couldn't even kill bacteria, for example, with these types of X-rays, which is what irradiation would be doing. So there is no chance of that.
Yeah. Could you just give us a little, for the uninitiated, a little overview of how it works in terms of when you're looking for contaminants and when you, let's say, checking the lean?
Yeah, so there's different types of X-rays used. In the specific case of a fat analysis system, what we're using is we have an X-ray source, and then we have a detector. So if you imagine that as a flashlight is your X-ray source, and the table is your detector, and as you pass something between those two, you cast a shadow. That's kind of how X-ray works. When we look at fat analysis specifically, what we have is actually two spectrum of energy. We have a full spectrum of energy, and we have two detectors at the bottom. One is looking for a high energy, and one is looking for a low energy. As your product passes through that beam, most of that low energy X-ray is absorbed by the product, but some of it still goes through to the detector. And it's kind of counting how many of those photons are down there. Most of the high energy is going to go through, but some of it does get blocked by the product that's going through there. The ratio of high to low energy remaining at the detector kind of determines what that atomic number is of that product. And that's how we're able to look for fat and lean.
Okay. There was a question popped in there, but it's disappeared. If anybody has a question wider, are you happy to take wider questions related to Xray? Or,
yeah, in general.
Yeah, if you just want to, anyone who has Xray or thinking about using Xray technology for your process, no matter what your product is, or if you just have a general query, feel free to add it in there, if irrespective of whether you deal with red meat or not. So where in a production line would you have, let's say, for example, I make burgers. Where in a process would you actually, install an Xray machine?
That really depends on, what type of benefits are going to be your primary driver. So in this case, you're talking about being a processor, right? So you could put it on the incoming dock, right where you receive your product, and you can scan everything as it's coming into the warehouse. If you do that, you would have to have a pretty good warehouse management system to understand all the product you're actually receiving and what the value is of all that product. The benefit there is you really, 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 truly understand your vendor information, right? So your vendor analytics are very strong at that point. And what you have in your warehouse is also very strong. So how to utilize that product, you can plug in those numbers into your recipe management, and you should be able to streamline your process if you have a large enough space to store it, and you can actually retrieve that product and use it in a timely fashion. So that one is probably the highest value is vendor analytics at that point. If you put it into your process right as you start to unload, so in the US we have 2,000 pound combos, or I think in Europe they're called dough labs, 1,000 kg dough labs that they dump into a screw, and then that feeds into what would be the Xray at that location right at the very beginning. You'd put it there because you want to get that vendor analytics right away from that load that's coming in. And you'd also want to protect your equipment further through the process. So if there's a hook or anything else right there, you can get that product out before it goes into the grinders and anything else. If you put the Xray further towards the end of the line, closer to the batch finish, right before the final batching system, at that position, you're going to have the most accurate lean point for that batch. So, you may end up with a, 2 CL swing from front to back if you put it at the front, because you're going to have process loss somewhere in the middle of there. And until we look at each process, we don't know how much movement you're going to have in your process. At the back, you lose the vendor analytics because there's a lot of commingling through your process. But your lean point accuracy is going to be the very best if we're correcting it at the very back end. You'll have your targets reached right at the end. Yeah. So it really depends on what your drivers are.
Sure. Okay. Question from Irina. Why some bones are detected and some are not?
Well, there's a lot of reasons for that. It could be, the calcification of the bone. So when we're looking for bones with dual energy, for example, we're looking for the calcium. We're not necessarily looking for some magic item called bone. We're looking for the calcium within that bone. Some animals, depending on what they eat, could have higher or lower levels of calcification. Different species of animals, pork, a pig is different than a cow. The pork is usually a lot more dense, so that it has more calcification. Fish is going to be almost no calcification in that type of bone, so you need another type of Xray technology for that. And then chickens have a really low level of calcification. But if we just stick with beef bones, the big factors there are going to be calcification, the speed at which the process is moving. So how fast is your line speed moving? And then the thickness of that product. So you need a certain amount of energy to penetrate a piece of meat. If you have a really thick piece of meat, you need more energy to pierce that. And, the bones are going to start being blown through. We're going to look right through the bone in some of those cases if we're looking for really thick product. We need more energy. So if you have a thinner flow, a slower flow, we'll find more bones.
Okay, good question from Sylvia. Slightly off topic. Can you use X-ray technology to detect plastic contamination in bakery products such as cakes, cookies, and pies?
The easiest answer is no. The more complex answer is it really depends on the chemical makeup of the plastic and the X-ray used to find it. So in general, food is carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, and plastic is also carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. So from an element standpoint, they're very similar. They're going to have the same type of absorption characteristics, and plastic's even going to be less dense. So if the plastic or rubber is doped with some sort of material that the X-ray can see, then there is a chance. So things like PVC have chloride or fluorides in them, then we can possibly see those. So the short answer is no, but there is a chance depending on what the material makeup of those plastics are.
Okay, and another question from Irina. Is there any validity for test specimens? Does that make sense to you as a question?
Test specimens.
Any validity? Maybe you could, Irina, just thrash that question out a little bit, flesh it out a bit more for us. You've already answered the question about safety. What about safety of the X-ray for the operator who's near there all day? Is that still fine?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously have radiation safety courses we give that go into much more detail here, but when we manufacture these systems, we have to manufacture them in such a way that you're not exposed to any high levels of radiation. The system itself doesn't generate very high X-ray at all, but we have to make sure that we're complying with all the laws. And when we build them, we comply with global standards, not just wherever we're at. So we're at whatever the most strictest regulation is, that's what we comply to anywhere in the world. Our systems are also set up such that you can't stick your arm into the unit and get yourself in there. If you open a door, you open any sort of access to the system, the X-rays turn off immediately. And these X-rays are a lot like a light bulb, right? So as soon as you turn off the light in a room, it's gone. Same thing with our X-rays. They're electrically generated X-rays. And the levels are really, really so low that there wouldn't be that type of effect on workers. But again, we have a radiation safety program that kind of goes into this for worker trainings, how a company can, mitigate their risk by setting up these little dosimeters around the unit, so that they can capture that information for a year. So everyone then can go back at that and look at that and see there is no radiation in those areas around where workers would be. And that gets filed into your quality systems. So.
Okay, great. Thanks. Question from Shardine. Which fat analysis method is most efficient and accurate? Fat analyzer, Univex, or X-ray technology?
I'm not familiar with Univex, so I'm going to have to just speak generalities. I don't know if this is an NIR or NIT type of process. When we did the X-ray comparisons, we used the AOAC approved sock slit method, which is a chemical extraction. And we ran our university studies against, those types of samples. X-ray has been used now in meat since right around 2005. We've been using it and running studies with plants and with labs all across the world, actually. And so we're confident. It's not an AOAC approved method, just because that's a really long process that costs a lot of money, to be frank. And the X-ray is we usually calibrate it to the plant's method, whatever that is, if it's an NIR or NIT, and then we calibrate that back to the labs in triplicate so that we can see lab to lab error, lab sample error, sample to sample error, So we go through a pretty good calibration process when we're installing these.
Okay, Irene has come back with a bit more information. What are the minimum test specimens to be used for frozen food X-ray? So is that testing? Yeah.
So, I mean, that's kind of, I'm not sure what they're asking, if this is in regards to fat analysis or just setting up a new product profile to get an X-ray result.
I think setting up a product profile, if you could add
Yeah,
that
so let's just say if we have an X-ray in your facility, and I'm just going to use a random product. Let's say you're running bags of peas, and that happens to be your product. And you also do bags of frozen corn, and you do bags of frozen carrots or something. Let's say that's your type of industry and that's what your products are. When we put a system in, we have a certain speed that we're going to run based off whatever your line speed is. And we're going to set up a profile, and we're just going to call it peas or carrots or corn or whatever that is. And we're going to set up the X-ray, and usually it's 10 products. We'll run it through the X-ray 10 times in a learning feature, and it'll auto learn the characteristics of that product. And once we're done with it, it'll ask us if we're done, and we'll say yes. And then we should be able to run that product back through, and it'll find contaminants that are not similar to that product that was run. So you need to make sure you're running good product at that point. If you then wanted to set up corn, it'd be very similar. You would just copy peas, create a new product called corn, and then run through your corn through the auto learn function and run that. If you're talking about fat analysis, that'd be a little bit different. We have some base profiles for beef and pork, and if we wanted to learn something like chicken or turkey or lamb or horse or whatever the other product type may be, we'll have to go and get those lab tested with your facility, and it's a bit more complex, usually about a half a day to fully calibrate each species.
Okay, thanks for that, Steve. Next question. Is there any device to count the fat amount in an individual steak? And that's Samya Dip.
It's kind of a yes and no. Most places that are using like retail type steaks are using a vision type of technology, so cameras, and they're just looking at the color distribution, red to white type of a thing, and that's how they're kind of making those determinations. It's not necessarily going to give you a tenderness type of measurement if that's what you're looking for. We kind of looked at it with X-ray, and we actually got pretty good at it. We just didn't have a market for, an expensive machine to determine the tenderness of a steak. There was just no business case for it, even though we had developed the algorithm to do that. So not sure if that was your question or not. But today, most people are using vision systems. They're much less costly.
Okay. Nancy, how can we prolong the lifespan of X-ray tubes?
The number one thing you could do is make sure you have a power conditioner on your incoming power to that system. So, food plants in general are notorious for having really dirty power supplies. They're kind of at the back end of the city's power grid. And if you put a power conditioner that's able to handle that system by itself, right at the feed to that system, you'll do quite a lot to save your X-ray tube. So as the power fluctuates up and down, brownouts and blackouts and things like that, all of those are arcs and feedback into the X-ray tube and causes a lot of damage. The other thing you could do is, if you want to run it lower current on your X-ray tube. So, whoever your X-ray manufacturer is, if, sometimes people will put in an X-ray system and they'll just run it as hot as they can just to get you the absolute best performance or finest spec you can get. And maybe the discussion has to be, what is your spec that you need, and dial it back down to get to that point, and maybe a little bit more, but not necessarily throwing everything at it. because the more current you have, the faster you're going to burn your X-ray tubes.
Right. So what, just as a matter of interest, what does it just have one tube in it, an X-ray machine?
Ours, yes. There are some systems with multiple 2 tubes. All of our systems have one X-ray tube, and we're just using the the detectors where we separate the energies for us.
And so how long would a tube last typically if it's managed well?
Our typical tubes are a 5 to 7 year MTBF, mean time between failures. We do have some that are running premium, and those are 6 months to 9 months, depending on where you have the power. If you have it maxed out, 6 months to 9 months. And if you have it, a little less than that, you can probably get 2.5 years out of those. So I try and keep most of the applications I look at, I'm trying to keep it at that 5 year MTBF, and, kind of rationalizing that with the customer that, those types of costs, unless you're really edicted that by your supply chain to make sure you're getting a super fine specification that, the compromise is going to be the price and the downtime and things like that for changing out a tube and,
Yeah. And is that one of the pretty much the highest cost element of the machine? I would say?
It is. It is typically. I mean, all plants are not created equal. A bakery is probably our favorite location, even though the baking industry typically has the least amount of money. But the environment is beautiful for an X-ray, right? It's just nice and clean, and you got some dust, but that's about it. Where a meat plant is going to be probably the most harsh environment of any place that we work, and we have to build those a lot different than we do a bakery system. But as far as risks, the meat plant systems are just at far greater peril every day with water and heat and cold and everything else.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Question from Anu. X-ray technology, is it suitable for detection of pallets of products for finding foreign bodies in pallets of products?
So the easy answer to that is really no. Typically the X-ray, if you look at, I'll use water as the example. So we typically want to keep our inspection depth to about 7.5 to 8 inches maximum of water density. So that's not the same. If you had a bag or a carton of chips, they could be, 20, 30 inches high, but that would still have less density than 7 inches of water. So you want to keep it around that 7 to 8 inches. If you look at pallets, you're looking at, multiple thicknesses there that are greater than that 7.5 inches. You're looking at, 34 or 40 inches of product depth from the side view. So the amount of X-ray energy you would need there would start to put it at the kind of danger level of amount of X-rays you would need to penetrate that type of product. And then you would blow through a lot of those contaminants just because of how much energy you needed to penetrate that mass. So anything like screws, nuts, bolts, birdshot, that type of thing would just disappear. Same thing with bones, and that they would just blow right through it in order to get through that mass of product. So, usually we in a case of a pallet, we would just, depallet that product, run it through the X-ray and repallet it, right? And that's the best way to do that.
Okay, so what can't X-ray detect? You mentioned plastic before. What about things like glass and?
Glass, yes, to different degrees on what type of glass. Again, when we're looking at glass, we're looking at the silica in the glass is what's going to fluoresce X-ray better. So depending on what the makeup of that glass is determines what type. There's high density glass and there's low density glasses, and it really depends on what type of glass we're going to be looking for when we're doing the inspection. Things that's not going to find is anything organic. So plastics or wood, for example, it would not see. there's a difference between hard and dense, right? So wood is hard, but it's not very dense. Mercury is very dense, but it's not very hard, right? So it's heavy on the element table. There's a chance we're going to see it. If it's lower on the element table, we're probably not going to see it.
Okay, super. I think that takes us pretty much up to our time. I have created a topic on the discussion forum for each presenter's session. So if anybody does have a question about this particular topic, X-ray inspection, red meat and lean analysis, or just generally X-ray inspection, feel free to drop your questions or comments on that link, and maybe Steve, you can have a look on that, see if anybody does. Appreciate your time today, Steve. Thanks very much. First time with us. Hopefully next year I can have a word with Cassandra and maybe get you back to do a webinar, an hour one with us on a subject. That'd be good.
Yeah, no, thank you again, Simon, and appreciate the opportunity. My marketing is going to kill me if I don't at least say it. You guys can always go to eaglepi.com, and we've got areas there. You can go look through our material, and we've got sales info at Eagle Product Inspection as well, eaglepi.com. So thank you.
Super. Right. Thanks very much, Steve. See you again, mate.
Cheers. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. For one more time, or no, second to the last time, I'm going to be playing the sponsors' videos. So I'll be back in 5 minutes with Brian Brookman, Dr. Matthew Whetton, and we'll be talking about proficiency testing in food safety. So prepare your questions. Thank you. See you in 3 minutes.
The world of food has changed a lot in the last 100 years. But one thing that doesn't change? Ensuring the quality and safe handling of food. No matter what changes are yet to come, we're proud to always be on our clients' side, shaping the future of food today and tomorrow. AIB International, ever onward.
Sorry about that. Okay, next up, proficiency testing in food safety with Brian Brookman, Chief Scientific Officer at LGC Proficiency Testing, and Dr. Matthew Whetton, Head of Technical Operations. Are you there, guys? Hopefully.
I'm here.
Hi, Brian. Is Matthew there? Anyway, it doesn't. You can join us in a sec. If you want to just give us the overview of the company and yourselves. Yeah.
Okay. Well, good morning, afternoon, or evening to everybody, depending on where you're joining from around the world. Thank you, Simon, for the introduction and for inviting myself and Matthew to lead the session on proficiency testing. LGC has been playing a key role in the development of proficiency testing for many years. And today we're one of the leading international PT providers with a very wide scope of PT schemes within our LGC AXIO brand, including a comprehensive range of food PT schemes. And through our global network, we provide a localized service to laboratories around the world. Just move on to I can do the next slide, sorry.
You got it.
That's it. I'm sure many of you will be familiar that participation in a PT scheme provides the laboratory with the infrastructure to monitor and improve the quality of its routine measurements and tests. And PT is a powerful quality tool, providing an external and independent assessment of the laboratory's output. And this is really reflecting the laboratory's actual quality. And it can bring many benefits, and you can see those on the right on the slide here. And it's key to achieving laboratory accreditation. Now, I don't want to speak for any longer because I want to give you the time to ask Matthew and myself anything you wish regarding proficiency testing. So over to you.
Okay. Hi, Matthew. All right. Okay, so let me just lose the slides and then we can be, there we are. Okay, so any questions related to proficiency testing? Would you tell me as a layman an overview, what is proficiency testing?
Sure. So, I mean, effectively, proficiency testing is where a PT provider sends to participating laboratories what we would term as PT items, which are really blind samples, so they don't actually know the necessarily the content or not necessarily the concentration. And then each of those laboratories participating will analyze the samples, return their results to the PT provider, and then the PT provider will assess those results against what we would call the assigned value, which is really the best estimate of the true value. And then using some form of criteria, we will assess how well that laboratory has done. And most PT providers will basically convert that performance into a simple score, which laboratories can understand. And then by participating on a regular basis, laboratories can have this ongoing monitoring and trends to ensure their results are fit for purpose, or indeed identify areas where they can improve.
Right. So it's specifically for laboratories, and that could be an in-house laboratory or and is this proficiency testing a requirement of like ISO 17025? Are you expected to do that?
Yes. Yeah. Participating in PT is a requirement within ISO 17025. Yeah. And it's for any laboratory. So it's not just for accredited laboratories. I mean, any laboratory should be participating, but if you want to be accredited, then yes, you'll need to participate.
Have to do. Right. Okay, clear. Lupita, will it be reasonable to perform PT for tests such as ATP or allergens?
You want to take that, Matthew?
Yeah, certainly looking at this from a perspective of allergens, it's very important now to have allergen testing. There's a lot of regulation and critical analytes for a lot of food safety concerns. So a range of PT tests are being developed now to support the allergen analysis. So I would suggest it's more than possible to take part in those PT tests. And as with any testing, it's very important and a very useful means of assessing laboratory competence in those particular methods. ATP, I'm a little bit more unsure of, because a lot of microbiological testing is carried out on the organism, because it's actually the organism which is going, in the majority of cases, is going to cause the problems in terms of making people ill and potential issues with pathogenicity. And ATP can still be detected even if the organism is not viable. So that's less of a clear-cut case as to whether those PTs are widely offered.
Okay, so I'm a lab and I'm looking to get into proficiency testing. What are the considerations that I should consider, right, basically, to participate?
Okay, obviously, that's a good question, and obviously can be a lengthy answer, but I'll try and sort of keep it as simple or summarize the best I can. So really, when you're selecting, or when the laboratory is trying to select the best PT scheme to participate, they obviously need to find one that's fit for purpose, but also very rarely will there necessarily be the perfect match. So it's really a case of finding one that provides really the best fit. And there are a number of different factors which the laboratory should consider. So perhaps just to summarize a little bit, they should consider the actual samples or the test items which are being sent out, in terms of what the matrix is, what the parameters are, the concentration of those parameters. They might want to consider the other participants that's taking part, in terms of particularly how many and the type of participants. Is the frequency of distribution. So PT schemes could be run 4 times a year, they could be run every month. And obviously that's very dependent on what your particular needs are. So that's also something to look at. And also whether that PT provider can provide some sort of, say, flexible participation. How are the results reported? Does the PT provider give you enough time for the analysis? How is the performance assessed? And then what are the reports like coming from the PT provider? What sort of information? And more importantly, are they provided in a timely fashion? And I guess finally, I'd say, thinking about that PT provider themselves. Are they very experienced? What's that level of experience? And clearly, PT is an important part of the quality system in the laboratory. So what's the quality of the PT provider? And the standard that PT providers work to is ISO 17043. So that's their equivalent to,
right,
the laboratory 17025. So is the PT provider accredited to that standard? So that's another important thing to consider.
Sure. Okay, I was going to ask who oversees you, basically, but you've answered that. So George, what is the limiting qualification for an individual to participate in a lab PT?
Do you want to take it, Matthew? Okay.
Yeah, I think realistically, the only limit I would suggest is that the lab has a method which is going to work with that proficiency test. So as Brian described, it's important to have a PT that fits the work you're doing. So if you're a lab who's doing routine testing on maybe on a production line, you don't want to be comparing yourself with a proficiency test that is testing national measurement laboratories from around the world. You want to make sure that it's relevant to you. So once you've found a PT that's relevant to your method, that's the only qualification that you need to take part. You'll be able to take part, get the right answer, and get that correct assessment.
Okie dokie. And a question from Michael. It's a long one. I'll read it out, but hopefully you can see it as well. We're working on certification to FSC 22000 version 5.1 and are on LGC BAP's analytical proficiency scheme as Delta Beverage, Belmont Plant Lagers, Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. Where can we get the accreditation information documentation for ISO 17025 for LGC as part of fulfilling the requirements for management of services in the FSSC standard?
Okay, I think that the question they're probably asking here is how they can get the evidence, if you like, of the quality standards for LGC in terms of PT. So they say 17025, but I think, as I've just mentioned, as a PT provider, we're accredited to ISO 17043. So I think that's probably what they're asking. And the answer is that could be downloaded. A scope of accreditation can be downloaded from our website, or indeed, if they can't find it, that they can contact our customer services. And obviously, as participants in our BS scheme, which is our BAP scheme, then they will have the necessary contact details.
So as part of ISO 17043, what's involved briefly with that accreditation? Are you involved with a proficiency level thing at your level, or is it totally different? What's the criteria for that accreditation?
It's very similar to 17025 in terms of it's really split into two areas, both the sort of quality management side of things, and then the technical requirements. So in many aspects, in terms of producing our samples, and actually undertaking our own analysis or our QC, then we need to abide by many of the criteria of 17025. That's in fact a requirement within 17043.
Right, yeah, got it. Okay, question from Justice. How effective is PT testing when it comes to microbiological tests and results, considering that micro testing is really dependent on time between sampling and the actual analysis in addition to a number of factors? Can all these factors be standardized?
That's an excellent question. And certainly in terms of what we do within AXIO PT schemes is that we do try to standardize some of those conditions. So, for example, the materials that we provide are lyophilized, so effectively the microorganisms are in a state of suspended animation, and then they're resuscitated as the first step of the PT and the testing process. So what we provide is a recommended time for that resuscitation. So you add the water, you resuscitate for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, depending on the sample that we've provided, and then undertake your routine testing. The aim is that because the materials have all been prepared together, each participant is receiving the same material. If they treat them up to the point of starting their own testing exactly the same, it does minimize these variations between labs and focuses on the actual method that the labs are using.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Helmut, is PT an alternative to prove the competence of a laboratory? FSC 22000 requires food manufacturers to prove their suppliers perform their food safety related analysis in a competent lab. They recommend the ISO 17025 certification, but in cases where the certification isn't possible, is PT a good alternative to prove their competence?
Okay, I mean that's a good question. I mean certainly PT isn't a replacement for 17025, and it's very much an integral part. It's just one of the quality tools that a laboratory should be doing. So there are other factors and requirements within 17025 which wouldn't necessarily be covered by just participating in a PT scheme. But if there is some reason why the laboratory couldn't be, it says where certification isn't possible. I'm not quite sure I necessarily think of reasons why not, but if there was a reason why not, then yes, PT would certainly provide a good indication of the competence of that laboratory. But as I say, there are other requirements that it wouldn't necessarily sort of cover.
Okay, and another one from Lupita. Are PT trials designed only for laboratories, or can online quick testing be included?
Depending what we mean by online quick testing being, I mean, is it only designed for laboratories? It's not necessarily only designed for laboratories. PT can be used in the world of sampling, where it's mainly around the individuals rather than the laboratory. So it can certainly be that. I'm not quite sure if I fully understand what online quick testing might be.
Well, Lupita, if you want to just sort of add a bit more detail to the question, guys, I'll be able to respond better, perhaps.
Sorry, I think just to add to that, I mean, we have a wide range of participants in some of our industries, ranging from laboratories who have top-end equipment that, you know, and they can do every analysis conceivable. But then we also work with participants who may be just operating a very small receiving facility where products are received into their building, and they're tested for just a couple of different things very quickly prior to accepting a load. So it may be that something like that, and yes, if the test is applicable for the PT and the PT is applicable for the test, then yes, absolutely.
Okay, a question from Nancy. What's the acceptable standard deviation index for PT results?
Okay, so I mean, obviously every PT scheme or every PT needs to have, as I said, performance criteria, which is normally some form of standard deviation. It can be an uncertainty, but that's going to vary. I mean, it needs to effectively be fit for purpose, but it rather depends on the objectives of the PT scheme, what the particular analysis is, in terms of what the parameter is. And it's really needs to be set for what would be appropriate for a particular sector or a particular industry. So there are a number of different ways in which the PT provider sets that performance criteria, and you know that it just can vary to ensure that it's fit for purpose. It's difficult to give a completely definitive answer.
Okay, thanks. Well, I'll just first go back to Lupita. Ask the question. She's added a bit more detail. Quick testing, as in rapid methods for microbiological or quality aspects like moisture, fat, etc.
Oh yeah, yes. I mean, we've seen over the years a very significant change in the methods that are being returned, particularly for some of those things which have been mentioned. So we've seen a big increase in NIR methods for things like moisture and fat, and they compare very well with the traditional methods. I know your previous speaker mentioned Soxhlet analysis, and that can be used for fat. And as I say, NIR will compare well with that. We get a number of results for ELISA testing for some of the contaminants such as mycotoxins. So those methods definitely have a place, and if used correctly, can give very good performance and, you know, fare very well in PT.
Okay, and now to Sonia. Excuse me. Is proficiency testing standard meant for micro testing only, or for other lab tests such as? Well, actually, it's a different person, but it's the same answer.
Similar question, yeah. But yeah. Anything. Realistically, if there's a defined test, then a PT can generally be applied to it. So it's not just microbiology, but proximates, chemistry, simple measurements.
Yeah. And what other, mentioned ISO 17025, but what other food safety schemes does LGC offer?
I think over the years we've covered or started to cover a wide range of food areas. So in terms of the analytes that we're looking at, we have the traditional proximate testing, but also now well-known contaminants such as pesticides, mycotoxins, pathogenic microorganisms, the things that really cause a lot of product withdrawals, to be honest. Really, those areas are the sort of key areas, but also now we're looking at emerging contaminants. So things like microbial toxins, allergens, again, things which have a real food safety issue. These types of contaminants are found in a wide range of products. So what we've done is we've developed PTs which cover those analytes in the most applicable products, so that labs get something which is familiar to them in terms of both the analyte and the matrix of interest.
Okay, thank you. And a question from George. Can you explain a bit more about the interpretation of the scores and what they mean?
Okay. Well, obviously, across different PT schemes, there are different scores used, but the most universally used score in a sort of quantitative PT scheme is known as the Z score. And perhaps that the Z score, just to explain what that is, that simply just looks at the difference between the laboratory's result and, as I say, the best estimate of the true value, which is known as the assigned value, and simply compares that to your standard deviation for proficiency assessment, which gives you this Z score. And then if the Z score is in the range of less than 2, or between, say, -2 and +2, it's known as a acceptable or a satisfactory performance. If it's between 2 and 3, it's regarded as questionable. And if it's greater than 3, it's regarded as an unsatisfactory performance. But equally, it's important to be looking at those scores over time and looking at trends, because what's important is to perhaps see if you're getting, say, consecutive questionable results, and that might suggest that you need to take some sort of action or investigation. And indeed, if you do actually receive a series of satisfactory scores, but all one side of the 0, that might indicate you might have some form of bias. So again, you might need to investigate. So it's but generally, so that's the general rule. But it is quite, well, not complex, but it's quite a lot to have a look at your PT report. Not just take that Z score, have a look at the commentary or any comments that's been made by the PT provider, which gives you a wealth of information of looking at your results, and really acts as an early warning system for your laboratory that things may be going not performing as well as they should be.
Okay, thank you. Question from Lien. If a laboratory is accredited to ISO 17025, but not all their methods are accredited, could the laboratory be trusted for not accredited methods? Or should maybe PT records for those specific tests prove that this laboratory and the method can be trusted? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I mean, obviously, if the laboratory isn't accredited for a particular method, and they're participating in a PT for that method, and they're being able to compare their results for that method with other laboratories using that method, then that should give the laboratory a good degree of confidence that they're competent to actually undertake that method. Yes, it certainly can give confidence that the laboratory can perform that method.
Okay. I'd noted down something. Ethylene oxide is a big issue at the moment, or a growing issue. Do you want to speak about that a little bit?
Yeah, I think in terms of testing, ethylene oxide has probably been one of the stories of the year in terms of certainly in terms of food contamination, because it's caused multiple withdrawals of products and raw materials. It's a sterilizing agent which is widely used for killing fungi and bacteria in order to render particularly medical equipment sterilized. And it's been banned in the EU since I think in the 90s, but it's still used in some countries, again as a means of killing microorganisms. But in the EU there's a limit of 0.05 milligrams per kilogram which has been applied to this compound. And so recently it's been detected in products, particularly from Asia, India and countries around that area, and that has obviously caused a concern for people. So there's been a lot of questions about whether a proficiency test could be applied for such a product, and we received a number of requests to produce such a material. The key driver at the start of the year was to produce materials in sesame seeds, because that was the prime concern, and that was the product which was finding the majority of the positive residues. So we looked at using a sesame paste and incorporating ethylene oxide into that paste in order to produce a homogeneous material. And we found that once we incorporated it into the base material and then packaged the material so that there could be no exchange of atmosphere afterwards, that we got a homogeneous and stable material. And the first round of that PT scheme is just being completed. We're now looking to develop a PT material for dried products, because the focus has now shifted a little bit from sesame seeds to dried herbs and spices, which again have been treated with this gas in order to kill off any potential microbes.
So in itself, ethylene oxide has always been there, but because the regulations have changed, legislation now. It's
been banned for a long time in certain countries, and I think it's just the use of it on products which are going to come into Europe. Sometimes with some of these things, it's a question of, if you're not looking for it, you don't find it, and that can often be the rise of a food issue. That somebody either finds something they weren't particularly looking for, or is tipped off and starts looking for something that they weren't previously looking for. And it may be that's been the case in this problem. Okie
dokie, thank you. Eunice, what's the recommended frequency for PT? Will once a year be sufficient?
That's a really good question, and a question that I get asked a lot of times. And it really does depend. Every laboratory is different. So it depends on a number of risk factors. So effectively, really, it's the sort of risk factors that may affect your laboratory. So maybe the frequency. So how often, are you analyzing 100 samples a week, or are you doing 100 samples a year? So that would make a difference. How experienced are the staff that's undertaking it? Maybe someone's been doing that analysis for 2, 3, 4 years, compared to maybe a laboratory where there's a high turnover of staff, and so they're having lots of new staff. The purpose of the analysis, so you could think in the world of forensics, or I know we talk about food here, but I mean in terms of the safety and a number of other factors. So that all needs to be taken into account. So the answer is every laboratory is different. And also what's important in PT is to be able to monitor your results with trends. And I've just talked about maybe seeing your performance over 2 or 3 rounds. And if you're only doing it once a year, that may be difficult. So generally, I'd say probably once a year isn't sufficient, but it depends. It depends. Obviously, if you're analyzing a very wide range of food products, and we're talking about once a year for one specific food product, then maybe that may be okay, because you need to do all your food products. But if you mean all your food products just once a year, then I would say generally probably not. But every lab is different, as I say.
Okay. Question from Helmut. Could you comment if you have any experience in toxic seeds, tropane, alkaloids, testing in grains like corn, oats, and soy?
No, that's not something that we have experience of at this point.
Okay. And Sonia, what are the different ways to test for proficiency of lab equipment? For example, Soxhlet fat extraction. Said that wrong, I know, but
no, that was pretty good. Pretty good.
All right.
I mean that is something that we offer as part of our proficiency test schemes for various products. So it's part of the food labeling regulations to declare fat content. So it's carried out on meats and grains and normal food products, ready to eat products, etc., etc. So it is something that's widely performed, and any of our proficiency testing schemes where fat is one of the measurable analyzed will include and will accept data from a Soxhlet extraction method.
Okay, I think we've got time for one more. Question from Solvega. How important is internal quality control in a lab? Quite often laboratories, even accredited, don't do internal quality control. They simply test.
I think the simple answer is it's extremely important and vital. I mean, obviously, internal quality control that which we're using potentially in every batch or on a daily basis is going to certainly indicate where you may have issues or problems with the analyses. And I always say that even when you're participating in PT, which, you know, is not going to be every day, but if you have a problem or you have a poor performance score, then one of the first things to go to is to have a look at what was your quality controls on the time that you analyze those PT samples. So, yeah, very important.
Okay, well, that 30 minutes went quick and we've just got to the end of the questions, so everything's gone quite perfect, really. So thanks, Brian and Matthew, for your time today. I've put in the sidebar there a link that goes to the discussion forum that's a topic specifically on this session we've just had. So if anybody has further questions about PT, just go there, post your question, and maybe Brian, Matthew, you can have a look in to see if there's anything you can liaise with them there. So thanks very much, guys. Ladies and gents, I found out actually that Matthew lives around the corner from me, which it's a small world. So I'll see you again, Brian. I might see you in the supermarket or something, Matthew.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks, Simon.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks a lot, Simon. Thanks, everybody, for good questions. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, ladies and gents, last time I'm going to play the sponsors ads. I'll be back in 3 minutes with Robert Rogers from Mettler-Toledo, and we're going to be talking metal detection and X-ray inspection. Okay, so see you shortly.
The world of food has changed a lot in the last 100 years. But one thing that doesn't change? Ensuring the quality and safe handling of food. No matter what changes are yet to come, we're proud to always be on our clients' side, shaping the future of food, today and tomorrow. AIB International, ever onward.
Okay, final session. Hopefully Robert Rogers will be joining us in a second because we're going to be talking metal detection and X-ray inspection. I'd just like to say after this is the last session. I'll be issuing the link to the certificates of attendance and then you'll be able to download those. So, hi Rob, how are you doing?
How you doing?
Good. If you want to do a brief, go through your slides and then we'll get straight into the questions.
Yeah, sure. Just want to introduce Mettler-Toledo for those of you who may not know of us. We're a business that provides precision measuring equipment in several different areas, in the laboratory space, in the retail space, manufacturing space, logistics space. We're pretty much everywhere. I represent our product inspection division, which primarily provides solutions such as metal detection, X-ray inspection solutions, vision systems, and inline check weighing systems, as long as some serialization solutions. Of course, any information that you would want can obviously be found at our website, mt.com, and I encourage you to go out there to learn more about our solutions.
Yeah, and there's loads. You can see them there. Loads of great free downloads, guides, etc., isn't there, as well?
And I decided to be very festive today. I saw that I was the last presenter today, so I got in the holiday spirit a little bit. So
I know. I thought I could see that. It was only small, but yeah, Merry Christmas already. So are you on holiday now, or after this, are you going on holiday?
Well, today was the official start of my vacation holiday for the remainder of the year, but I've had quite a few activities already so far this morning, so I'm super happy to join you.
Right, great. We've got about 27 minutes, so I'm going to kick the ball off. And what's best, metal detector or X-ray inspection?
Either one. I hope to answer anything.
Either are good. No, I'm asking.
You're asking the question, which is better, metal detection or X-ray? Yeah. I thought you were asking which one you wanted me to start with. Well, obviously, both technologies have their capabilities and limitations. Metal detections, for instance, works off of a conductivity principle. So things that have a conductive nature that pass through the detector will have an effect on their output. Whereas X-ray systems work on a density principle, where it looks at the varying densities within an object and compares that to the product's density and makes a determination whether anything is in there or not. Being those two different principles, a metal detector wouldn't detect dense materials that are non-conductive, like a stone, for example. X-ray technology, because it's based on density variations, materials like aluminum, which would be a metal type, a non-ferrous metal type that's very conductive. It's not very dense, however, so that may be more challenged to be seen in an X-ray application. When I look at, really all the solutions that we deal with as far as trying to prevent, contamination from entering a product, it's really a combination of all the technologies, including sifting and utilizing magnets, and obviously having good maintenance programs to prevent contamination and equipment from breaking down, and metal detection and X-ray solutions. So I don't really look at one as being better than the other. They're very application specific, and both, again, have their capabilities and certainly some of the limitations, and understanding both of those is important in determining which technology would be better for the application.
Okay, we've got a couple of questions from the audience. From BV Ravikumar, metal pieces specifications such as FE 1.5, non-FE 92, and SUS 2.5. This means anything smaller than these specifications can be ingested?
Well, and that's where, a lot of times the regulations as far as what is required, how small of a contaminant do we have to detect? A lot of regulation really, number one, doesn't specify it. The USDA has written me letters saying that they don't specify what is considered a hazard. It's up to the facility and based on the profile of the consumer and things of that nature. Some territories do have regulation. I know that there's some specifications in Canada, for instance. But the way that I see contamination, levels should be achieved as low as reasonably achievable. And that's going to vary, again, based on product, based on location, based on application. A metal detector, for instance, one of the factors that will affect its sensitivity is the physical size of the opening. If on my particular production line, I'm running a case of product, obviously the detector has to be large enough to fit that case, but I'm also running individual packages that may be a smaller package on that same line. The restriction is going to be based on the physical size of the detector, as far as capability. So I always look at standards you should really try to achieve as low as reasonably achievable based on your product, your consumers, your application, all the factors that can be involved in that. Some regulation when you get down to it, as an example, in the U.S., the USDA specifies that products must be manufactured in sanitary conditions and free of filth or putrid substance. So what size is that? Filth or putrid substance could be a very small debris of dirt in the product that proves that it was manufactured in an unsanitary condition, and at that point could be subjected to issues, whether that's a voluntary recall of the product or a mandatory recall, depending on those sort of things.
Sure. Okie dokie. Justice, is a metal detector system equipment capable of detecting all types of metals? If not, what are the limitations?
Yeah, so again, a metal detector is simply a conductivity detector. It's not necessarily a metal detector. It's not looking for metal specifically. But because metals have conductive properties to them, meaning they're electrically conductive, and they have magnetic permeability, the ability to become magnetized. Those are the two real factors we look at as far as conductivity of a particular metal. So ferrous, for instance, has both very good electrical conductivity and very good magnetic permeability. So it's typically the easiest metal for us to identify because it has both of those characteristics. You get into the non-ferrous metals, your copper, aluminum, brass, lead, bronze, zinc. Those are all non-magnetic, or semi-magnetic is really the best to say, but they're certainly still good electrical conductors. I mean, obviously we use aluminum or aluminum, however other people in the world say it.
Aluminium.
Copper, we use those for electrical connections quite often because they are conductive. Stainless steel, however, has very low electrical conductivity and very low magnetic permeability, so it's typically a challenging material to see. So based on those factors is really what we look at, and that's typically why in a metal detector application you'll see a larger stainless steel identification, as the last question identified, a medium-sized non-ferrous size, and then the smallest size that's typically detected is the ferrous size, and that's simply because of the different electrical and magnetic permeability characteristics of the material itself.
Okay, perfect. Rakesh, can the metal detector be used for water or juice-based beverages? If not, what are other devices to detect metals and/or foreign materials in products?
Yep, we do see applications in, we'll call it the liquids product portfolio. We also include that in that portfolio slurries, if you will. So sometimes a less viscous material going through a piped application. For both metal detection and X-ray inspection, there are pipe inspection capabilities or applications where the product would be moving through a pipe, whether that's pumped or vacuumed through a pipe. Either application is possible. And then if a contamination, right, I always like to say, rather than forcing it into the word contamination, a non-conforming aspect of the product that the technology can identify is diverted into, offline should it be recognized during the process. Typically, in some of those applications, we'll see multiple inspections. I mean, obviously, a very viscous product like water without any kind of additive or material that's in it would be very easily filtered through a very, very small micron type filtering mechanism, which would get significantly smaller debris material removed out of there, both conductive and non-conductive, than, say, an X-ray or a metal detection technology. But certainly there are more of the slurry-based products, or products that have less viscosity and maybe more inclusions within them. An example would be a fruit smoothie. That type it is a beverage, but it's got, it's a little bit thicker. It might even have some chunks of apple in there a little bit. Obviously, that is a part of the quality nature of the product. That obviously would be more difficult to filter through a very fine filter. So that sort of inspection, yes, absolutely would be ideal for either a metal detection or an X-ray detection, depending, again, on what we're trying to detect. If metal is simply the concern, then certainly a metal detector application would be applicable. If other materials, particularly like in a fruit smoothie, things like seeds or stems, those are going to be very challenging to see. But other materials that might be included during the harvesting process of those materials would be things like stone. That might be a contaminant that would get in there that would be identified in an X-ray type technology.
Okay, thank you. Question from Helmut. Is there a metal detector that is able to detect metal powder resulting from a rubbing of metal pieces in the manufacturing equipment? For example, a vibrating transport that rubs against another metal equipment?
Yeah, and that's, it's kind of the scenario of I have a 1 millimeter BB of metal and I grind it up into a powder and I disperse that across the entire portfolio of the product. I'm able to detect it in the sphere. Am I able to detect it if that same material amount or volume is dispersed within the product? And the short answer to that is no. The metal detector, certainly in an X-ray application, because of the density, obviously, in that material volume when it's compact in the sphere versus dispersed over, the density of those individual dispersions are significantly less than what it would be in its whole spherical form. Same sort of conditions in a metal detector, where that material being dispersed over a wider area is going to have less of an effect overall on the metal detector, particularly if that product is not capable of running at a metal detector's maximum sensitivity capability, i.e. the product itself has some conductive nature to it. It has high moisture, it has high salt content, it has high acidity. All those factors make the product itself conductive, therefore requiring a desensitive nature of the detector simply to get the product to successfully pass through there.
Okay, thanks. Pfizer, how about detection of non-metal material pass through the metal detector?
Yeah, I mean, non-metal material, if it has any kind of conductive nature to it. So one example of that would be, I'm not certain if they use it much anymore because I don't experience much of a problem from it. But when I first started in the business 25 plus years ago, some of the ink that was used to, say, put a date code on a package, well, the ink itself may have been a carbon-based ink. Well, carbon has a conductive nature to it. And so that carbon-based ink would have an effect as it passes through the metal detector. And really the problem ended up where the inkjet just created a big mess of ink on the belt. And so eventually there was a lot of ink buildup on the belt, and eventually there were spots in the belt that would trigger. Again, not really metal, but because it's of a conductive type nature, it has a conductivity or a magnetic permeability to it. That is what the detector is looking for. Again, it's not necessarily looking for metal. Those factors, an increase in conductive nature and an increase in magnetic permeability, makes those materials, whatever they are, more visible to an X-ray to a metal detection application.
All right, thanks, Rob. Helmer, is there a metal detector that can function properly with a metallic laminated packaging, final product already packaged?
Yes, there are some. There used to be systems on the market, and there may still be, and quite frankly, we may even still supply some of them that used to be called a ferrous in foil detector. A standard detector, how it generates an electromagnetic field is through a set of coils. We send a voltage through a coil that emits an electromagnetic field from it, and we monitor and measure that electromagnetic field. As a conductive material disturbs that magnetic field, we measure the disturbance. A ferrous and foil detector, rather than having an electronic coil to create the magnetic field, literally had rare earth magnets surrounding the aperture. So the magnets created the magnetic field. And what that was utilized for was only detecting ferrous materials. So that's why we called it ferrous in foil, but it would not detect foil type materials. So you could have a lightly foil packaging material go through a ferrous and foil detector successfully without setting the detector off from the packaging itself, but the capability would only be detecting ferrous type contamination. Newer detectors, multi-simultaneous frequency detectors, do have a capability of inspecting foil materials through a system as well, because we're really monitoring different magnetic fields, if you will, within the system, ignoring the foil magnetic field result and still observing and looking for and searching for other disturbances above and beyond that would result in identifying a contamination. Typically, sensitivity-wise, it's a little bit of a toss-up. Those applications are absolutely ideal for an X-ray application because the X-ray doesn't care about any of the conductive nature of the packaging, whether it's a heavy foil, a light foil, a metal tray. It's going to ignore those materials and look for those variations within the density.
Okay, question from Noor. How to increase the sensitivity for detecting chilled frozen products? I found that ambient temperature product can detect better than chill and frozen products.
Well, so a lot to unwrap there. Ambient temperature product tends to be a little bit more consistent over a range of products, just because inherently it's ambient product. It's running at between 75 and 80 degrees, and that's the ambient temperature typically. Applications where a system is designed to inspect a frozen product. When we say frozen product, that's a solid frozen product to the core, completely frozen. If I have an application that's set up for a completely frozen product and we begin to have product pass through there that is not fully frozen, that might have what I call a soft center. The outer edges certainly have gone through the blast freezer and gotten, pretty frozen, but it hasn't been through there long enough to reach the core. And so there's a little bit of thawness within the core. Well, that thawness is the conductivity. And that's where we start to see, okay, well, now we're getting reactions of that product as it passes through the detector. It may not be contaminated with metal, but because its core temperature is not at a frozen state, it's recognizing the moisture returning to the product, those sort of factors, and becoming more conductive, so it registers a detect on that product. Again, multi-simultaneous frequencies give us a little bit more variability in that temperature variability, a little bit more opportunity to have consistency over the range of detection versus false rejection versus what we're trying to actually achieve. Because again, we're looking at that product in different ways rather than in a singular fashion. Certainly a challenge. What I always say is, we never set one of our inspection devices to detect a spec. That's not how you do it. How you do it is you set the systems up first off to successfully run production. So if your acceptable variation in temperature is 5 degrees, then when you're setting up the inspection system, put that variability within the setup. Try it at the low end, try it at the medium, try it at the high end to see what effect that has on it, so that you're setting the system to inspect what you accept as acceptable product. Then challenge the system. Once you've got it set up, so all your variabilities, and you've minimized false reject activity, because that's your worst enemy. That's good sellable product in the reject bin. You're either going to throw away as waste, or you're going to rework and invest more into it to rework it. Limit those false rejects to as low or zero as possible. Then challenge the system. Get the smallest contamination in the most difficult location in the device to see it, and see what the capability is at that point. Then you truly know, rather than setting a system to see a spec and then just living with all the chaos of false rejects and whether, oh my gosh, was that contaminated, or is it because it's a false reject and it's a temperature variation in my product? All those questions can be eliminated by true proper setup and validation of the system.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Fernando, the metal detector is it considered a critical control point?
Well, the short answer to that is it depends, right? The only way to identify, there isn't a list in any golden book anywhere that says, okay, here's all your critical control points. I mean, the critical control point mentality is based on the HACCP program. So it's going through the process of the hazard analysis and an assessment of the process, and identifying what risks you have, and then hopefully identifying means to, first off, eliminate that risk. That should be your first goal. Get rid of it altogether. If you can't eliminate it, well, then try to prevent it. And if you can't prevent it, well, then, okay, try to control it in some way. At least identify what it is in the product, and have some processes built in to deal with that once you've identified it. I mean, that's the HACCP program. So oftentimes, yes, a metal detector is identified as a critical control point, because it's viewed as the point in the process, the last point in the process where we're able to control contaminated product moving any further down the process. Again, a metal detector or an X-ray system doesn't eliminate contamination. I'm throwing BBs into the mixer at the beginning of the line. Yes, the detector will identify those products and hopefully get them off the line, but it's not eliminating me from throwing the BBs into the vat. That's the inspection systems really monitor all your other preventive controls that you've put in place to control contamination. Good supplier controls, good maintenance processes so that your product or that your machines aren't inducing the contamination. When the system does identify a contamination, the most important thing that you can do is figure out the source of the contamination and prevent it so that it doesn't happen again. Relying on this end device to do all that control, that's risky, because again, there are ways that things can get through them. They are electronic devices. That's the one thing that I absolutely 100% guarantee about any electronic device. At some point in time, it's going to fail, right? So, relying on that, it's utilizing these as tools in our overall program with the goal of preventing these problems, not detecting them when they occur.
Sure. Irina, hello, beautiful sweater. What is the international reference to use to find out the validation frequency?
Again, can depend different depending on what what requirement we're trying to meet. Some, I break requirements down into kind of 3 buckets. You've got your regional regulations and standards in the U.S. That's the FDA, the USDA, and Canada, Canadian Food Inspection Agencies. Those groups individually will have maybe a set of requirements around validation. Typically, those standards are usually in the 1 to 5 year period of time. Most of them in the kind of 2 to 3 year period. Then you have what I would call your globally recognized standards. Those are the ones under the GFSI, your BRCGS, your SQF, your IFS, FSSC 22000. Those organizations, they may have some set of requirements built into their standards requiring a certain aspect for validation. And there they typically do annually or based on a significant change. So what's a significant change? That's up for interpretation to some degree. And then you might even have your own individual customer requirements. If I'm providing a product to a major global brand, they may have their own individual requirements requiring me to do a validation annually. I look at validation as kind of that 1 to 3 year period of time is a good time, as long as there hasn't been any significant changes. And we have to really, again, then drill down, what do we mean by significant change? Was that an increase of understanding of contamination risks? Was that a new product that we put in line? Was that a new process that was put into place for that particular product? Any number of those things may require a new validation. That's why I like to have organizations validate a range of operation for my technology. Rather than validating the sensitivity of a metal detector at 100, validate a range from 80 to 120. That way you can adjust it within that range and not have to revalidate it. If you just validate 100, if you change it to 101 or 99, well, really you should validate it, because that could be a significant change.
Okay, question from Justin. Let's just get that one up, sorry. Any advice on running small cartons made of cardboard known to be made of recyclable material to get less false rejections? Many times testing just the product in the carton detects no metal. Yep.
It's a problem that is a problem in the industry. Obviously, great initiatives for utilizing recycled materials. Companies are going through huge waste reduction and sustainability initiatives, and all of those are absolutely fantastic and need to be done. It's probably a very good market for my technology is putting devices, inspection devices, at the recycled cardboard manufacturing stage. So the recycled contaminated cardboard doesn't make it to you, the end user, because it can be a problem. Basically, the recycling process is a very dirty process. All kinds of stuff goes into that. There's aluminum cans in there, all that stuff gets chopped up and eventually pressed into a new board, and it's just not a clean process, and that's the reason for it. That's really the best thing to do, is to prove that it's the box and not the product, is do exactly what they said. Remove it from the box, run the product individually, and then run the box. And when you do that and you identify those things, talk with the supplier and see if there are things that they can do to maybe clean that process up a little bit to make it easier for you. Because again, I would never say just don't use recycled cardboard. Obviously, it's a great thing to do for the whole planet and everything involved. So I'm a huge advocate of the use of those things, and it's maybe an area that I need to challenge a little bit more as to how we can maybe help them get those materials out prior to getting to the users.
Okay, thanks, Rob. On that note, I'm going to have to finish because we can't run over. It literally goes after 4 hours. So I just want to wrap it up. I just want to say thanks very much to you. I've posted in the sidebar a link to the IFSQN discussion forum. So if anybody wants to post their unanswered question on there, maybe Rob, you can have a look for a later date. Have a great vacation, Rob.
Thank you.
Have a good Christmas. And it's been a pleasure seeing you again.
Thank you. Happy holidays, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers, Rob. Right, we're going to finish it now. I'm just going to add the certificates in the sidebar. We'll be following up with an email anyway. Thanks for your attendance from yesterday and today. Love you all. See you soon. Take care.